Chapter 25:08 Suffocatingly Strong. Chapter 25:08 Suffocatingly Strong. The Tsangyan Mountain was located west of Heavenspan Mountain. It was originally Ancestor Fire's Bodhidharma. Now, Ancestor Fire already perished. Hence, the place became the divine race's new holy land. After the Doomsday Battle, Yi Yuan agreed for the divine race to enter the Heavenspan world. The divine race also started a great migration, and the divine race's totem, the 8 extreme divinities, was naturally also invited here. In this place with abundant spiritual energy, the 8 statues appeared even more lifelike, as if they were about to come to life. At this time, Yi Yuan already arrived outside of Tsangyan Mountain. The entire divine race was waiting in full battle array. Yi Yuan, what on earth do you want to do? Tian Qing looked at Yi Yuan from afar and questioned. Today, whoever dares to stop me, I'll kill G. O, DS if G. O, DS block, and kill Buddha if Buddha blocks. Yi Yuan's words were full of indifference. Tian Qing's expression changed slightly. He felt tremendous pressure. The Yi Yuan today became incomparably icy cold, giving people a chill that penetrated to the bones. Yu Mengli blocked Yi Yuan with a flash and said, "If I block you, will you kill even me?" Yi Yuan's pupils constricted slightly, the expression on his face finally having some change. "Lier, don't force me." Yu Mengli did not back down in the slightest and said, "If you do anything for elder sister Ling Xue, I have nothing to say. But if you want to destroy the 8 extreme divinities, no can do. It's the 8 extreme divinities that gave me a new lease on life." Yu Mengli understood Yi Yuan extremely well. He just obtained the tear of life, but became like this. He must have failed to save Mu Lingxue. And him choosing to come to the divine race straight away indicated that the 8 extreme divinities must have something to do with saving Mu Lingxue. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, "Bulls, I plus T, who said that you have a new lease on life. Only destroying the 8 extreme divinities can save you, and Lingxue's only hope also lies with it." Yu Mengli shook her head firmly and said, "If you want to destroy the 8 extreme divinities, then step over my dead body." When Tian Qing saw this scene, he could not help letting out a slight sigh of relief. He understood Yi Yuan. With Yu Mengli around, Yi Yuan absolutely did not dare to mess around. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said indifferently, "Since that's the case, then, universe sword formation, open." Boom. In an instant, within a radius of 1,000 miles, with Yi Yuan as the center, everything was shrouded in the terrifying sword energy. Currently, the divine race's experts were practically all covered in this domain. Tian Qing's expression instantly showed that he was extremely surprised. This is a sword formation condensed from 4 great rules. Your formation Dao reached the realm of Rule 2? There were no words that could describe Tian Qing's shock currently. Being in the sword formation, Tian Qing did not even dare to move. The dangerous aura radiating from the surroundings almost suffocated him. Only all the way until at this time did he know that Yi Yuan actually already possessed the strength to instantly kill him. In the Heavenspan Mountain battle, Yi Yuan overpowered the divine race's 5 ancestors. At that time, it was not his limit. They were unable to force out Yi Yuan's limit at all. Facing 5 ancestors, fusing 3 power of rules was already sufficient. But now, under Yi Yuan's rage, he revealed his strongest move, shocking everybody. This move, Universe Sword Formation, was an Astonis. Plussing sword formation created based on Universe. This sword formation fused the 4 great rules that Yi Yuan comprehended, and also incorporated his ultimate comprehension of heavenly Tao. It could be said that the power of each rule was unleashed to the limit. The might of this move already said everyone's imaginations. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, activating the sword formation at once. One streak of sword energy after another pierced directly into Yu Mengli's body. It restrained her in an instant. Yi Yuan flashed, and Yu Mengli just happened to fall into his arms. He knew very well how far to go and when to stop when he made his move. He only knocked Yu Mengli out and sealed the power in his body, and did not hurt her. With Yi Yuan's current strength, he naturally had the confidence to do it. Restraining Yu Mengli, Yi Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he swept all around and said, "Now, who else wants to stop me?" Tianqing opened his mouth, only feeling full of bitterness. The current Yi Yuan already completely exceeded his imagination. Yi Yuan's might was suffocating. Swaz. H. Plus Yi Yuan put away universe sword formation, carried Yu Mengli, and walked straight into the mountain. No one from the divine race dared to stop. He did not need people to lead the way. He could feel where the 8 extreme divinities was at. The divine race's powerhouses all exchanged glances, their expressions indescribably ugly. Lord Tianqing, how can he be so strong? Yeah, his power already surpa. SES the scope of monstrous. I feel like he's AG. Oh, D that's aloof from the Ma. SES. That sort of feeling is a little like facing the 8 extreme divinities. This Yi Yuan is too terrifying. With his monstrousness, the 8 extreme divinities wouldn't really have something happen to it, right? His voice had yet to fade when Tianqing interrupted his words and said in a solemn voice, "Impossible! The 8 extreme divinities is a generous gift from heaven. It has the strength equal to heaven. No matter how strong Yi Yuan is, can he be greater than heaven?" Everyone thought about it and felt that it made sense too. In the eyes of the divine race, the 8 extreme divinities and heavenly Tao were the same. Touching the 8 extreme divinities was touching heavenly Tao. How could heavenly Tao tolerate you? Tianqing's gaze flickered incessantly, his figure flash. Plusing, following after. Ahead was a stretch of powerful restrictions, emitting powerful undulations. Whose? Plus Yi Yuan casually grabbed a sword of void and slashed a sword move over. The restrictions collapsed with a loud bang, unable to stop even a single blow. When Tianqing, who was behind, saw this scene, the corners of his mouth could not help twitching slightly. Rumble, powerful undulations came out of the void. The 8 statues gradually revealed their true bodies. As if feeling the provocative intent, the 8 statues glared with fierce eyes, appearing extremely angry. That appearance seemed like they wanted to tear Yi Yuan to pieces alive. "Brat, you came again. To dare affront the majesty of heaven again, you'll definitely die this time." Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, a familiar voice came over. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to be long-winded with him. He just said indifferently, "I'll ask you answer. Of course, you can choose to be silent. But these 8 statues, I'll tear it down today." That voice said with disdain, "Humph! Just based on you also want to demolish the 8 extreme divinities? You can come and give it a try if you have the ability." Clearly, he was very confident, but at this time, Tianqing arrived and said furiously, "Yi Yuan, the 8 extreme divinities is an object bestowed by heaven, affronting heaven's might. You'll die without a burial ground." Yi Yuan completely ignored Tianqing lifting his hand, and it was a sword. Whose? Plus sword light flashed past, aiming straight for a statue in the middle. But right at this time, the fork in the statue's hand suddenly burst forth with a terrifying to the extreme energy. Boom! Yi Yuan only felt his chest tighten, spewing out a mouthful of blood. That voice laughed wildly as he said, "Ha ha! saw that. This is the outcome of you offending heaven's might. Just the likes of you, an ant, also dare to resist heavenly Tao in vain. Death isn't regrettable. At the back also came Tianqing's cold laughter, and he said, Yi Yuan, I warned you long ago, heavenly might can't be offended. Now, have you tasted a bitter pill? Withdraw now. Otherwise, you'll die very miserably. Chapter 25:09 Retreat. Chapter 25:09 Retreat. Heavenly Tao. This thing is also worthy of being called Heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan put Lier into the world-suppressing steels SPAC and said with a look of disdain, Yi Yuan did not know what Heavenly Tao was, but it was absolutely impossible for these strange-looking things to be Heavenly Tao. Only the divine race would treat this thing as a treasure. Yi Yuan spat a mouthful of blood and slowly stood up. The sword intent on his body surged to the sky. Universe. Yi Yuan took a step out, flying straight for the statues. Whose? H. Plus another terrifying surge of energy undulation. Yi Yuan did not back down in the slightest. Universe bloomed, directly welcoming it. Boom. The void shook violently. Yi Yuan was directly sent flying. SMAs. Plussing heavily into the ground. Facing the enormous statues, Yi Yuan was like the moth flying into the fire, being weak to the extreme. The ever-victorious universe seemed to also have lost its effect at this time. When Tianqing saw this scene, he could not resist sneering as he said, A mantis blocking the chariot, overestimating your own ability, a stubborn fellow who refuses to come to your senses. You really don't know life from death. Is heavenly might what human strength can shake? No matter how strong you are, you're also just a human. But Yi Yuan was oblivious, pouncing toward the statues over and over again. Boom, boom, boom. Over and over again, Yi Yuan was directly blasted flying, but he rushed forward over and over again stubbornly, as if he did not know exhaustion. This energy undulation was extremely strong, strong beyond imagination. But Yi Yuan's universe was likewise powerful to the extreme. Coupled with his formidable to the extreme physical body, he forcibly pulled through. It was just that each time he was blasted deep into the ground by that powerful force. But even so, his entire body was already dripping with blood, looking savage and terrifying under such intense shocks, even if Yi Yuan's physical body was a stony's. Plussing, he suffered considerable injuries too. The strength of these 8 statues was indeed terrifying to the extreme. That powerful energy undulation completely had no problems killing at least one Tao ancestor. If the target was not Yi Yuan, they would have long died, no idea how many times. That voice said with a scornful laugh, Ha ha, Ant, haven't you figured out the situation yet? With your strength, another 10,000 times will be futile too. Oh, is that so? Yi Yuan did not care in the slightest, continuing to salt, then get blasted flying again. Of course, I'm the heaven, the paramount heaven. All you ants are nothing in front of heaven. When the divine race powerhouses saw the Yi Yuan, who was like a moth flying into the fire, they shook their heads one after another. This is the power of heavenly Tao. Although Yi Yuan is strong, he's merely a slightly stronger ant. That's all. This boy really overestimates your own ability to actually dare provoke the majesty of heavenly Tao. Ha! This brat had best be killed by the divinity. That way, our divine race will be able to reign over the world again. The strength that Yi Yuan exhibited previously, it deeply hurt the divine race's self-esteem. They knew that they would never be able to surpass Yi Yuan. They could not, but heavenly Tao could. The 8 extreme divinities could. looking at the powerful universe. It was nothing in front of the 8 extreme divinities. That sort of delight was practically bursting out. Boom! Yi Yuan was blasted flying again, spurting out a large mouthful of blood with a cough. His aura already withered significantly. Boy, I'm already tired of this. I can't be bothered to carry on playing with you anymore. This strike will send you on your way. That voice held unspeakable banter. At the same time, the 8 statues actually condensed energy at the same time. Above the void, the wind and clouds surged, as if the end of the world was arriving again. Everyone present was crushed by this pressure until they were practically unable to breathe. Under this terrifying pressure, Yi Yuan's clothes fluttered madly. This is heavenly might. When a D is angered, heavenly Tao is angered too. Yi Yuan's provocation already affronted heaven's mighty. He's dead for sure. Tian Qing's expression changed abruptly as he said, under this apocalyptic power, even he could not remain calm anymore. This was the true heavenly might. At this moment, he became incomparably devout, slowly kneeling down. D, please calm your anger. With him kneeling, all of the divine race knelt down. D, please calm your anger. Everyone lied prostrate on the ground, praying to heaven incomparably religiously. And do you see it? This D is heaven. This is heaven's might. Under heaven's might, your chaos origin divinity will turn to ashes too. You are too weak. The 8 extreme divinities looked at Yi Yuan with pity as it said with a loud laugh. Each of the 8 statues was holding a different weapon in their hands, but currently extremely terrifying energy was condensing on each weapon. If this strike landed, the entire Sangyan Mountain would likely be leveled to the ground. In the area of 10 million miles, not a blade of S would survive. It was just that Yi Yuan's expression seemed very calm. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Heaven's might? Perhaps." Extracting the energy of the heavenspan world to launch attacks can indeed be called heaven's might. It's just a pity that your technique has already been figured out by me. Over on the 8 extreme divinities side, he clearly choked. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually saw through the nature of this trick. However, he did not care, saying with a laugh, "Ha, you figured out this D's technique? A mere ant also dares to utter such big talk. What a joke. Boy, no matter how glib your tongue is, you'll die without a doubt too." Yi Yuan slowly shook his head and held his palm out. The lesser heavenspan mountain appeared in his palm impressively. At the same time, an Astoni's plussing aura rose steadily from Yi Yuan's body. That was the aura of great Tao. Feeling this terrifying aura, the voice of the 8 extreme divinities finally changed. He seemed to have seen an extremely terrifying thing and said in shock, You actually refined the heart of Heavenspan. This is impossible. How can you, an ant, possibly obtain the recognition of the heart of Heavenspan? The voice of the 8 extreme divinities seemed extremely panicky. Clearly, the lesser Heavenspan mountain put tremendous pressure on him. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a smile, "So, it's called Heart of Heavenspan. Looks like you really know quite a bit. Coming to find you is indeed correct." It was only to see Yi Yuan hold both palms out flatly. The lesser Heavenspan mountain rose up. At this time, heaven and earth seemed to be revolving around Yi Yuan. Retreat. Yi Yuan lightly spat a word out of his mouth. Following that, those surging wind and clouds, the lightning flash, plus ing and thunderclapping, the fitful heaven's might, all retreated. One word made everything return to tranquility. The terrifying power condensed by the 8 extreme divinities directly dissipated with the wind. This was the might of great Tao. Yi Yuan looked at the 8 statues and said with a sneer, "Now try executing your heaven's might again." The divine race powerhouses present were all completely stunned. No words could describe the shock in their hearts currently. What's going on here? Heaven's might was frightened away by Yi Yuan. This is also too exaggerated, right? A mortal actually frightened heaven's might away? Could it be that Yi Yuan already reached the point where he's on par with heaven? This is impossible, right? At this time, they did not know what they should say anymore. Only a deep shock remained. Chapter 25:10, 8 Extreme Divinities' Shock and Terror. Chapter 25:10, 8 Extreme Divinities' Shock and Terror. The beating was naturally not in vain. The first time they exchanged blows, Yi Yuan felt that this power was not the 8 extreme divinities' own power. He extracted the power of the heaven-span world through some mysterious power. That was also the so-called power of heavenly Tao. This power was merely a drop in the ocean to the heaven-span world, but to martial artists, it was akin to heaven's might. It was just that this kind of means could hide from others. But how could it hide from Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan refined the lesser heavenspan mountain. At present, he was even standing at the summit of the heavenspan mountain already. The undulation of heavenly Tao could not hide from his perception at all. He took the beating actually to figure this out. The means to mobilize the power of heavenly Tao. Thankfully, he did not fail the mission. He did it. These 8 statues were more like an array formation. Each time they executed that energy, they would emit a kind of mysterious undulation. At the same time, the heavenspan mountain seemed to be able to feel this undulation and lend him its power. Yi Yuan was in possession of the lesser heavenspan mountain. He naturally sensed this undulation even more distinctly. After many times, he finally grasped this undulation. Hence, that was why there was the scene of repelling heaven's might with one word. And this scene was really explosive to the extreme. It gave the divine race powerhouses a feeling of beholding a great mountain. Boom! Terrifying sword intent instantly covered a radius of 1,000 miles. Universe sword formation. The 8 statues were directly enveloped in the range of the sword formation. The 8 extreme divinities said in terror, What do you want to do? Don't you know what I want to do? Yi Yuan said coolly, "Why you dare? These 8 statues are deposited with a wisp of my true self's origin divinity. If you dare destroy the statues, my true self will detect it. If he descends, you'll die without a burial ground." The 8 extreme divinities threatened. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed, thinking to himself that he indeed guessed correctly. There was indeed an extremely terrifying existence behind the 8 extreme divinities. It was just that Yi Yuan did not know just how strong this existence was. Yi Yuan's silence made the 8 extreme divinities think that he was afraid. Hence, he led him on skillfully with patience as he said, "Oh, young man, you're an ant, but you're a powerful ant. Presumably, you already have some guesses that this world isn't the end point. The outside world's powerhouses aren't what you can imagine at all. As long as you let this D plant an origin divinity will and become this D's slave. Then in the future, this D has a possibility of bringing you to leave this world. Do you know, without this D's guidance, no living thing in this world can leave." The 8 extreme divinities felt that this temptation was too great. Yi Yuan definitely would not be able to resist. Reaching Yi Yuan's realm, what other pursuits were there still? Since he knew that there was an even grander and magnificent world outside, how could Yi Yuan not be moved? Yi Yuan was still silent. Hoo, I know what you're thinking. However, you're probably thinking too much. You can't imagine my true self's might at all. You think about it. To be able to toy with all of the heaven-span world's living creatures in the palm of his hands, how great is his power? Therefore, give up on this. If he descends, this world will be annihilated. The 8 extreme divinities increased the weight again, as he said gloomily. At this time, he recovered to that high and mighty appearance again, seemingly already regarding Yi Yuan as his servant. And right at this time, Yi Yuan opened his mouth. Want me to become a servant? It's also not that you can't, but I have a condition. Yi Yuan suddenly said. The moment the 8 extreme divinities heard, he was overjoyed, but he still suppressed his emotions and said indifferently, there's nothing that can't be done to my true self. Based on your worldview, he's G-O-D, an omnipotent G-O-D. He is a true G-O-D, not false G-O-D-S like you all. What conditions do you have? Feel free to state them. With your insights, he can accomplish it with utmost ease. The 8 extreme divinities said it very calmly and collectedly as if everything was under control. This attitude gave people an extremely convincing feeling. Yi Yuan said calmly, I have a friend whose soul had disintegrated, only left with a final wisp of spiritual consciousness that isn't extinguished. Wonder if your true self can help her to regather her divine soul. The moment these words came out, over on the 8 extreme divinities' side, he paused briefly, but very soon he said very calmly, this G-O-D said before, my true self is a real G-O-D. There's nothing that can't be done. Regathering the divine essence is harder than ascending to heaven to you all lower realm ants. But to my true self, it's merely a matter of lifting a hand. Boy, open up your origin divinity and await this G-O-D to plan my origin divinity will. I'll naturally be able to help you. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's expression suddenly turned cold, and he said with a cold snort, Humph! You don't know what's good for you. Really take this Yi to be so easy to hoodwink? Looks like you don't be honest. Since that's the case, I'll use force then. That slight pause betrayed the 8 extreme divinities. Yi Yuan deliberately baited his words to inquire indirectly whether or not that person behind the 8 extreme divinities could regather the divine soul. But unfortunately, it disappointed him again. The 8 extreme divinities ATT. 2 clearly showed that that person could not do it. A piercing cold sword intent suddenly erupted. The 8 extreme divinities' voice sounded extremely horrified, and he said, do you not want to live anymore? If you destroy the statue, all of you will have to die, without a burial ground. My true self will really descend. The current Yi Yuan already could not be bothered to talk with him anymore. He was in a bad mood. Is that so? If he comes, then I'll make sure he doesn't return. Yi Yuan said coldly. Right at this time, Universe Sword Formation suddenly launched. That sword intent that pierced the horizon rushed toward the 8 statues frenziedly. The 8 statues were not easy to deal with either. Their material was extremely tough. Even the sword intent, which fused 4 great rules, was actually unable to break them within a short time too. Lower realm ant. Do you think that based on your bit of strength, you'll be able to break the statues? Dream on. When the 8 extreme divinities saw the situation, he could not help being overjoyed. He was very fearful of Yi Yuan, but at this time he calmed down again. As long as Yi Yuan could not breach the statue's defenses, he would consume the power of the origin divinity and break the barrier of the world, transmitting the news back to his true self there. At that time, Yi Yuan would definitely die without a burial ground. The threat that Yi Yuan brought to him was too great. It already escaped his control. Therefore, he had to request for his true self to descend. But right at this time, Yi Yuan said indifferently, "Oh, is that so? Dual polarity, sword formation." As soon as his voice faded, the universe sword formation that was originally neutral and calm suddenly became unparalleledly swift and fierce. Bang, bang, bang. One streak after another of terrifying sword intent directly ruptured the void, bombarding onto the statues crazily. Universe sword formation was born from universe. It could naturally evolve into dual polarity sword formation too. The offensive power of dual polarity sword formation increased more than 10 times when compared to universe sword formation. It was only to hear a series of terrifying sounds transmit over. Under the countless bombardments, the 8 statues finally could not endure it, and cracks began to appear. How did you do it? This is impossible. How can an ant possibly touch the boundary of a heavenly stratum powerhouse? This is absolutely impossible. 8 extreme divinities' voice carried an extremely horrified emotion. Chapter 25:11. Farewell. Chapter 25:11. Farewell, boom. Finally, the 8 statues could not withstand the berserk sword energy anymore, and directly exploded, shattering into countless pieces. That 8 extreme divinities' wisp of origin divinity also shattered along with the statues, turning into nothingness. Golden rays of light suddenly appeared in the void, like the void was shattering. Finally, that region of void directly shattered apart. Countless white light dots gushed out. These light dots scattered elegantly as if looking for something. A portion of the light dots drifted and entered the bodies of the divine race powerhouses. The eyes of those divine race powerhouses gradually became confused. There seemed to be too much confusion. Just now, what an intriguing feeling. Heavenly stratum powerhouse. Is it? Yi Yuan looked above the sky, seemingly recollecting the aftertaste of something. Just now, his offensive power layered on top of each other under the catalyzing of the sword formation, reaching an inconceivable realm. That kind of realm was what Yi Yuan had never imagined before. Yi Yuan immersed in it in intoxication. However, just as he was about to cross over to that realm, there seemed to be an invisible wall blocking him outside. Yi Yuan knew that was the realm gap. He had not broken the shackles yet. Perhaps that was the limit of the heavenspan world. Wonder how one can become a heavenly stratum powerhouse. Maybe the one behind him knows the answer? Leaving that wonderful state, Yi Yuan's eyes became confused. He had been constantly fumbling about how to break the shackles. But this step was like it was a short distance away, but far away in the horizon, making him feel like he had no way of getting started. This feeling was the same as the scenery when he reached grand completion origin deity. It was just that now. It was harder than back then. What he wanted to break was the shackle that no one in the heavenspan world had broken for countless billions of years. How difficult was this step? At this time, a streak of white light merged into the world-suppressing steels, SPAC, entering Yu Mengli's divine soul. Yi Yuan's thoughts stirred, and he let Yu Mengli out. "Big brother Yuan, I'm sorry. I couldn't control myself." Yu Mengli said tearfully. She knew how much damage her actions and behavior these few years brought to Yi Yuan. Self-reproach, guilt, all kinds of emotions welled up in her heart, making her heart ache endlessly. She was not feeling sorry for herself. She was feeling sorry for Yi Yuan. Only she knew how much pressure Yi Yuan had endured over the years. Yi Yuan took her gently into his arms and said calmly, "Silly girl, it wasn't your fault either. Apologize for what? The main culprit is already dead. You don't need to blame yourself." Lear nodded her head slightly, but tears still could not stop flowing. "Big brother Yuan, elder sister Lingxiu," as Yi Yuan's side slightly shook his head and said nothing. Lier's expression dimmed, and she bit her lips lightly and said, Why is heaven so unfair? Elder sister Ling Xue is so nice. By heaven made her endure such suffering? She was indignant. She was unwilling. She felt sorry for Yi Yuan. Accompanying Yi Yuan along the way, no one understood Mu Lingshue's position in his heart more than her. Regarding Yi Yuan walking out of the immortal grove world from an ant to heaven-span's sovereign currently, it was all in order to be able to save Mu Lingxue. But he failed. The current Yi Yuan was very calm, but she knew how painful Yi Yuan's heart was. Yi Yuan's gaze was deep, looking deep into the blue sky, and he said firmly, "It's fine. The heaven-span world can't save Lingxue. Then I'll go beyond the heavens. Even if I smash the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I'll also let Lingxue recover." Yu Menli's entire body trembled, and she said, There's really a world beyond heaven?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "The heaven-span world is a caged world. Everything is under the control of the powerhouses beyond heaven. 8 extreme divinities, doomsday battle, fight for Tao ancestor. It was merely just other people's games. In their eyes, we're just ants." Yu Mengli's heart shook, her eyes seemingly full of disbelief. All of a sudden, Tianqing bellowed, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! You're lying. Our divine race is the race favored by heaven. It's the supreme race. How is there beyond the heavens in this world? If there is, why has no one ever broken the shackles? You're lying." He could not accept this fact in front of him and also did not want to accept this fact. Being enslaved for billions of years and suddenly waking up, he would rather be immersed in the past too, because he knew in the deepest corner of his heart that reality was too cruel. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, "Whether I'm lying or not, you're clear of the truth, aren't you? Of course, I don't need to explain anything either, because very soon you'll know that you have to face some things. Lier, let's go." Yu Menli nodded slightly and followed Yi Yuan and left. Watching the two people's departing back view, Tianqing's fingers were almost crushed by himself. Lord Tianqing, what on earth are we? Beside Tianqing, Origin Smile said with a blank face. Finally, Tianqing loosened his fist and said with a bitter smile, what he said was right. We're just a bunch of pitiful people. That's all. I finally understand now why he would let the divine race off. Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. In the great hall, Yu Mengli Wanzhen, Lure, Fiery Wanzhen, Pangzhen, Profound Secrets, and the rest, everyone was shockingly present. Everyone's faces carried thick solemnness. Yi Yuan's expression was calm, without joy nor sorrow, as he said coolly, "Everyone, please forgive this Ye's selfishness. The disaster was caused by me alone. It should naturally also be borne by me alone. It's just that after I go, it will likely bode ill rather than well. Everyone, take care. What's your excellency saying? This isn't your matter alone. This is the matter of all the martial artists in the heavenspan world. Wanzhen is willing to follow your excellency to the death." Wanzhen said in a deep voice, "Your excellency, Pangzhen is also a Tao ancestor now. I can help out a bit no matter what. If your excellency is fighting against a powerful enemy, how can I, Pangzhen, be missing?" Pangzhen already became Tao ancestor lightning. He was naturally unwilling to hole up at home. Among those present were several Tao ancestors, plus Yi Yuan, this sovereign. This was the heavenspan world's strongest combat force already. Everyone was not willing to yield to others and insisted on following Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You all don't know what kind of existence you're facing. My strongest attack will likely be unable to even shake him in the least bit. If you all go, it's just to deliver yourselves to death." Everyone trembled all over, all feeling incredulous. how strong Yi Yuan's strongest attack was, and, oh, body knew, they only knew that it was very, very strong, because no one could measure it. Yi Yuan's sword was already the heaven-span world's strongest. His full-strength attack was actually unable to even shake the other party in the least bit. Then how strong was the other party's strength? The Chaos Heavenspan Cannon and Inheritance Grand Arrays, I've already left them in the Immortal Grove world. Some things must be done by someone. If I'm defeated, I also don't hope for the Heavenspan world to be caged by people forever. In the future, if a fated individual can reach my realm, they will naturally have a chance to break the shackles and break this sky. This matter, I don't feel at ease handing it over to others. Better that you guys go and do. Yi Yuan said coolly. Big brother Yuan, go then, I'll wait here for you. Yu Mengli said with a calm expression, but her eyes revealed determination. Yi Yuan just smiled and nodded and did not say much. He understood Li Er's feelings. If he died, Li Er absolutely would not live on by herself. Chapter 25:12. He came from the sky. Chapter 25:12. He came from the sky. On Heavenspan Mountain, everything felt the same. Many martial artists were cultivating here, comprehending Tao. Above 1 million miles, many Deva powerhouses and Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were currently gaining enlightenment of Heavenly Tao. This place was the Heavenspan Mountain's limit. Even Tao ancestors were unable to go further too. Further up, cloud and mist coiled. No sun could be seen all year round. If anyone walked beyond that point, they would be executed by Heavenly Tao and absolutely could not escape by any fluke. After the Heavenly Tao Samsara battle, Tao Ancestor Storm had nowhere to go and simply returned to the Heavenspan Mountain and continued comprehending Heavenly Tao. Although his realm was unable to improve any further, the power of rule could. Suddenly, he sensed something and suddenly opened both eyes, looking up the mountain fixedly. There was actually someone walking down. Storm opened his mouth wide, shock written all over his face. Not just him. The Deva powerhouses and Heavenly Emperor powerhouses below all saw this scene. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. How is this possible? Who is he? Tidu actually come down the mountain. Is it possible that he's actually from heaven? Storm roared wildly in his heart. He did not know how he felt currently in his heart. Shock, scared, happy, or all at the same time. Someone came from the sky. It showed that above the Heavenspan Mountain there were really that kind of existences. Therefore, he had hope too, even if this hope was bleak to the extreme. But what kind of existence was this person? Fear of the unknown was innate to humans. Gradually, that figure slowly became clear. The outline of his face also gradually became clear. That was a young man dressed in blue Taoist robes, looking elegant, luxurious, and too high beyond reach. Tao Ancestor Storm could not see through this young man. He was too mysterious. Mysterious until he was like heaven. This feeling made him afraid. The young man walked straight towards him. Tao Ancestor Storm's heart thumped wildly. A warm but distant smile hung on the young man's face as he opened his mouth and said, "Let me ask you, who destroyed the 8 extreme divinities?" 8 extreme divinities. Tao Ancestor Storm shook his head blankly. Clearly, he did not know what the 8 extreme divinities was. The 8 extreme divinities was the secret of the divine race. Apart from Yi Yuan, even Tao ancestors were not aware of it. No one could fight until the heaven lineage's central region and see the 8 extreme divinities, except for Yi Yuan. Therefore, no one knew what the 8 extreme divinities was. Seeing Tao Ancestor Storm shake his head, the young man had a look of disappointment and said, "Sai, communicating with ants is really boring. Since you don't know, then you can go and die already. only to see the young man flick his finger lightly. A streak of invisible force vanished after a flash. Bang! Before Tao Ancestor Storm could react, his entire person already turned into nothingness. Everyone was transfixed. They were shouting madly in their hearts. That was a Tao ancestor. Although it was a former Tao ancestor, his strength when compared to current Tao ancestors was also not a lot worse. But he actually did not have any strength to fight back in front of this young man. In fact, he could not even react. How horrifying was this person? Even the present heaven-span world's supreme being, Lord Saint Azure, could not do it so casually too, right? What was even scarier was that they could not feel the undulation of power at all. No earth-shaking, great battle. No energy undulation. With just a flick, Tao Ancestor Storm was gone. His entire person was gone. Strong. Unreasonably strong. Suffocatingly strong. Furthermore, wasn't it impossible to attack while being on the Heavenspan mountain? Why could he? The young man had a bored look, shaking his head as he muttered under his breath. Ants are ants, really too weak. To him, it was as if he had done a trivial thing. His gaze swept slightly, landing on that group of Deva powerhouses. The group of powerhouses immediately felt their hair stand on end. The young man thought for a moment and walked straight in front of a Deva fifth blight. He was called Wei Feng. He had just experienced the battle of heavenly Tao Samsara and obtained a considerable lucky chance on the Heavenspan mountain. His strength also made great improvements. It was just that at this time, he did not even dare to move, almost suffocating. The young man still had a warm smile on his face as he asked, "These ants probably don't know about the 8 extreme divinities." Why not change questions? Do you know who's the strongest in the Heavenspan world? Being able to shatter the 8 extreme divinities and destroy his trace of origin divinity, it was definitely this Heavenspan world's strongest person. Not everyone had the qualification to break the 8 extreme divinities. As strongest, Wei Feng's brain could not quite wrap itself around it. The impact that the scene that happened before his eyes brought to him was seriously too great. A powerhouse that came down from the sky, eradicating a Tao ancestor with a flick of a finger. He was talking to him. You don't know either? The young man's face was rather disappointed. All the hair on Wei Feng's body stood on end at once. His brain instantly switched back on. "I know. Do not kill me." Wei Feng practically roared it out. "Who is it?" The young man said. "He's called Yi Yuan." Wei Feng said, "Yi Yuan." The young man ruminated on this name for a while, feeling that it was very ordinary, and said, "Where is he?" How could Wei Feng dare to hide it? He hurriedly said, "He's at the southern border's Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma." The young man nodded slightly and took off, flying out. Boom! The Heavenspan mountain shook fiercely. A human-shaped large hole was actually burst open in the layer of barrier outside. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene with incredible shock. The Heavenspan Mountain's barrier exists only in name. Who on earth is he? Why can he come down from the sky? Too strong. After the young man left, Wei Feng gasped heavily for air, his body like he was hauled out of water. He was almost fainting. The pressure that this young man put on him was really too great. Furthermore, he instantly killed a Tao ancestor, and he ignored the barrier of the Heavenspan Mountain. Such an existence he could not imagine at all. By the side, another Deva Fifth Blight roared, "Why you actually betrayed Lord Saint Azure? You deserve death." Wei Feng had a bitter smile on his face as he said, "If it were you, would you say or not? Even if you and I don't say, can it guarantee that the people on this Heavenspan Mountain all won't say?" The moment that person heard, he fell silent. It was this logic. If the young man set his mind on inquiring about it, he could find out no matter what. Yi Yuan, this strongest person, no one did not know. Wei Feng had a conflicted look and said, H hope that Lord Saint Azure can pull through. These words, he said them without any confidence at all. The pressure that this young man put on him was really too great. That person opposite suddenly sprang up and roared, still cultivating for what? Hurry up and follow him. That young man came with bad intentions. Another B, L, O, D, why storm is likely coming again. Wei Feng's entire body trembled, and he also stood up quickly, but his legs went soft, and he almost fell, but he immediately recovered and swept over in the direction of the transmission array. The others were the same too, not caring about cultivation at all, and followed suit. Chapter 25:13, One Finger. Chapter 25:13, One Finger. Above the void, a figure flickered, moving 100,000 miles in an instant. Leaving Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan headed to Heavenspan Mountain at the fastest speed. He judged that if that person behind the 8 extreme divinities came to the Heavenspan world, the greatest likelihood would be Heavenspan Mountain. Ahead, the Heavenspan Mountain was faintly visible. Swuz. H. Plus suddenly, an extremely fast figure brushed past him. At virtually the same time, the two people's figures suddenly came to a pause. Following that, the two people each turned around and looked at the other person. Opposite Yi Yuan was a young man in blue Taoist robes. It was precisely that person who came down from the sky. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, immediately feeling tremendous pressure. He could not see through this young man. Actually, the blue-robed youth did not deliberately apply pressure on him. The smile on his face was also very warm, as if harmless to man and beast. But it was precisely because there was no pressure that Yi Yuan's pressure was akin to a mountain. The him who was already invincible in the Heavenspan world saw another tall mountain. The blue-robed youth sized up Yi Yuan and said smilingly, if I didn't guess wrongly, you should be the Yi Yuan that they were talking about. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said with a nod, You're the 8 extreme divinities' true self? The blue-robed youth smiled and said, Oh, that's right. Looks like the one who destroyed the 8 extreme divinities is you. No mistakes. Grand completion mortal stratum, low-grade chaos origin divinity, 5 power of rules. You're indeed somewhat different from the other ants. In this abandoned world, you actually fumbled out the method to advance to heavenly stratum yourself. You have the qualification to be my servant. Kneel down and receive the gift. In the future, the Heavenspan world will be managed by you. Unexpectedly, the blue-robed youth did not make a move to deal with Yi Yuan, but wanted to take him in as a servant instead. The tone was so natural and logical, but Yi Yuan felt his hair stand on end. He seemed to be stark naked in front of the other party. There was no secret from head to toe. The blue-robed youth casually spoke and saw through all of his trump cards. Terrifying. Although Yi Yuan was mentally prepared long ago at this moment, he was still shocked to the core. He really wanted to know what kind of existences were above the Heavenspan Mountain. The blue-robed youth said coolly, Emen, you're not willing? You should know the outcome of showing unwillingness. Yi Yuan frowned and said in a solemn voice, You made use of the 8 extreme divinities to impart Tao teachings. Then you collected those things in the divine souls. What is it for? The blue-robed youth stood with his hands behind his back and said with a faint smile, Looks like you know quite a bit. No harm telling you either. Although you all, these ants, are of little use, the essence of your divine souls are still a little useful. It can help me cultivate the origin divinity, the heavenly Tao that the divine race cultivates. is actually just the Tao teachings that IPA-S said down. When they cultivate heavenly Tao, they will offer their own divine soul essence to me. And the people they killed, the other party's essence of the divine soul, will be absorbed and will enter the 8 extreme S-P-A-C. This is the glory of you ants. At this time, a large number of powerhouses already gathered around in the distance. Hearing this, they were all extremely indignant. Only then did they understand that they were merely wild animals being reared in pens. In the eyes of the blue-robed youth, they were nothing more than a grain of dust, their life or death insignificant, angry but also powerless. These powerhouses that came down from the heaven-span mountain, had already witnessed the blue-robed youth's might. Really, the heaven-span world's trillions of living things are actually being toyed with in the palm of his hand. What doomsday battle, what war between 2 races, really a joke. It's really laughable. Lord Saint Azure, the heaven-span worlds, everything will be relying on you. At this time, all of the powerhouses put their hopes on Yi Yuan. They knew that the only hope was Yi Yuan. Even Tao ancestors did not have the strength to fight back under the hands of the blue-robed youth. Who else could they still count on? But at this time, the corners of the blue-robed youth's mouth curled slightly, and he flicked his fingers, only to hear the sound of air howling. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Several hundred Deva powerhouses, Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, directly vanished without a trace. Hoo-hoo, ants don't have the right to be angry. All you need to know is that I'm heaven, the supreme heaven. You all can only grovel at my feet. The blue-robed youth had a faint smile, as if he had done a trivial thing. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, a suffocating pressure coming at him head-on. Too strong. A flick of a finger eradicated hundreds of Devas and heavenly emperors. The crux was that he could not feel the slightest trace of divine essence undulation, and also could not feel the slightest rule undulation. It was just a flick of a finger. If Yi Yuan wanted to kill people, these Devas and heavenly emperors were naturally nothing, but he absolutely could not do it in such an effortless manner. Seeing Yi Yuan's shocked eyes, the blue-robed youth was very satisfied. He said with a faint smile, "Saw that? It's not the disparity of strength between you and me, but the disparity in life order. In front of Heavenly Stratum Powerhouse, all are ants. You're the sovereign of a world proud to the extreme. But in front of me, you don't have any capital to be proud of. I only need to move a finger, and I'll be able to easily kill you. Taking you in as a servant is your highest glory. Understand?" The blue-robed youth paused for a while and said, "Now, kneel down and accept the gift." Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and forcefully dragged himself back from shock. Then he slowly opened his mouth and said, "I refuse." The blue-robed youth was not very surprised. He just smiled faintly and said, "You'll die." He was really calm and collected. Nothing could make his emotions fluctuate. How could an ant possibly cause a celestial deity to have fluctuations in emotions? Yi Yuan's gaze gradually turned cold, and he said, "Before fighting, who knows?" Yi Yuan, had never lowered his head in front of a powerhouse before. A scholar prefers death to humiliation. Back then, he was just Empyrean realm, but dared to face off against the powerful Nine Origin. This kind of battle, he had already experienced no idea how many of them. This time was no exception either. However, the blue-robed youth did not get angry. He still had a faint smile as he said, "Very well, I'll give you this chance. I'll use one finger against you. If you can force me to use a hand, you'll have the qualification to know my name." One finger. These words were rampant to the extreme. The heaven-span world powerhouses in the distances were similarly astonished to the extreme. Yi Yuan was the heaven-span world's sovereign, the well-deserved #1 person, Now, this blue-robed youth was actually going to use one finger to fight. Was this showing contempt? No. Everyone present could feel that this blue-robed youth was not the least bit complacent. He was not overly conceited like a young genius. He just showed contempt for all life. He looked at Yi Yuan with the eyes of looking at an ant from beginning to end. Would heaven bother about ants? No, because they were unworthy. Yi Yuan's gaze gradually became cold. Boom. A fearsome sword intent instantly enveloped the area of 1,000 miles. Universe sword formation. The moment Yi Yuan made his move, it was his strongest move, because he knew that hiding his strength in front of the blue-robed youth was equivalent to courting death. He had no retreat at all. Situated inside the sword formation, the blue-robed youth still stood with his hands behind his back, using a scrutinizing gaze to look at the universe sword formation. He nodded his head slightly. Chapter 25:14. The Pride of Ants. Chapter 25:14. The Pride of Ants. Not bad. Developing a universe with a sword formation, it has quite the implication of great Tao. This move is not bad. The blue-robed move nodded with a slight smile, making frivolous remarks about Yi Yuan's universe sword formation. Facing such a powerful sword formation, he seemed to be in his own backyard, not caring at all. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he activated the sword formation fiercely. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless sword light flashed, turning into streaks of rainbow, heading straight for the blue-robed youth. However, the blue-robed youth did not have the intention of retaliating. He just stood there quietly, waiting for the arrival of the countless sword lights. In the next second, everyone was dumbfounded with shock. Those terrifying sword lights, no matter from which angle, no matter how powerful, as long as they approached the blue-robed youth, they would all automatically change directions. Bang, bang, bang. The ground, the void, all were directly bombarded by the sword lights until it was reduced to fragments. But not a single sword light landed on the blue-robed youth's body. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. His divine sense was actually unable to lock onto the blue-robed youth. Once those sword lights arrived in front of the other party, they directly skidded out like skiing on a snowy day. No matter how he tried to control it, he could not do so, but the other party clearly did not do anything. This means was simply inconceivable. His heart shook wildly. It was really his first time encountering such a powerless battle. Even back then in the immortal Grove world, when he had not entered Divine Tao, he had never felt so powerless before too. The opponent was too strong. Strong until there was no opening to look for. Strong beyond understanding. Yi Yuan could not even fathom the other party's means. So how to deal with him? At this time, the blue-robed youth finally moved. He extended a finger and tapped inside the sword formation. Just like that. Boom. In an instant, the sword formation collapsed with a loud bang. Yi Yuan only felt a tremendous force transmit over, his chest seemingly being hit by a giant mountain, fresh blood spurting wildly as he flew out backward. This was the power of one finger. The entire world fell deathly silent. Those powerhouses far away were collectively rendered speechless. Are my eyes failing me? This is impossible. Lord St. Azure is actually like a child in front of him. Where in the world did he come from? How can he be so strong? The impact that this scene brought to them was seriously too strong. It was Yi Yuan's first time displaying the universe sword formation in front of everyone, but everyone could tell that this move fused together four great rules. Compared to when battling the 5 ancestors alone previously, this move was more than a level stronger. However, it was like a joke in front of the blue-robed youth. One finger, and it broke. The heaven-span world's number one person was actually so weak in front of the blue-robed youth. Only after retreating several miles away did Yi Yuan barely manage to stabilize his figure, and the current him seemed to have crawled out of a pool of blood, seemingly wretched to the extreme from head to toe. The blue-robed youth smiled and said, "I told you our disparity is in life order. You're no different from them in my eyes. At the very most, you're just a slightly stronger ant. That's all. Dealing with you, one finger is enough." Yi Yuan's breathing became labored. His opponent was seriously too strong. However, his gaze was unprecedentedly firm. Your COCKY appearance is really despicable. So what if ant? Do ants have to be toyed with in the palm of your hands? Ants have to be fish on your chopping board, life and death at your whims? Ants have to be at your mercy, being cruelly oppressed forever? Today, this Yi will tell you that ants have dignity too. Yi Yuan strode out step by step, the imposing aura on his body becoming stronger and stronger. Universe sword formation revolved without ceasing and already gradually underwent changes. Dual polarity sword formation. Toward Yi Yuan's fury, the blue-robed youth did not care at all. He still smiled and said, "What dignity do ants need?" Ho, this changed sword formation is a little interesting. This is sword Dao, revealing the sharp edge, sword intent soaring to the sky. It's just that ants will always be ants. Very soon, you'll understand that your fury can't change anything. Swaz. H. Plus the moment dual polarity sword formation released, that swift and fierce sharp edge penetrated the firmament. The entire world seemed to be trembling. "Kill!" Yi Yuan shouted fiercely, then urged the dual polarity sword formation frenziedly. At this moment, there were only sword lights that filled the sky. Chi, chi, chi. Countless sword energy exploded in front of the blue-robed youth. Under his fury, the power of the dual polarity sword formation was more than 10 times stronger. It was just that no matter how he controlled, his sword lights were unable to land on the blue-robed youth's body. But Yi Yuan discovered that his sword lights got a little closer to the blue-robed youth. This discovery made him ecstatic with joy. The other party was not invincible. At least, one finger was not enough. The chaos divine essence within his body gushed out, urging the sword formation frenziedly without heed for his life. The power of the dual polarity sword formation was continuously superimposing. His sword lights got closer and closer to the blue-robed youth, increasingly nearer. Really the wishful thinking of an ant. "Ho, do you think that this degree of attack can hurt me?" The blue-robed youth smiled slightly and pointed a finger out again. It was still one finger. However, this poke could poke a hole in the sky. A finger pointing out, an invisible force directly exploded with him as the base point. "Conceal." True dragon profound armor. Yi Yuan roared repeatedly. All of a sudden, the sword lights that covered the sky disappeared without a trace. This finger landed directly on Yi Yuan's body. Poor! Forcibly receiving a finger, Yi Yuan vomited large mouthfuls of blood. But he did not take a single step back. Appear. The sword lights that covered the skies appeared once again. Chi, chi, chi. The sword lights were finally only an inch away from the blue-robed youth. Just an inch short, the blue-robed youth's brows raised up, revealing a hint of surprise. Following that, his finger turned into a palm, and the void shook. Boom. The sword lights that covered the sky could not bear it anymore and collapsed with a loud bang. Poork! Yi Yuan could not withstand it, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood again. Even if there was the true dragon profound armor coupled with the perfect 9 transformations golden body forcefully receiving this finger, he almost died. This finger was far too strong. What was even scarier was that the blue-robed youth did not exert any effort at all. A casual finger could seriously injure Yi Yuan and put him on the verge of death. The blue-robed youth said coolly, "Not bad, little interesting. As an ant, you can be sufficiently proud to be able to force me to use one hand. You have the qualification to know my name. Listen up. I'm called Jun Tian, and I am from Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven." It was as if Yi Yuan knowing his name was a supreme glory, but Yi Yuan only had bitterness in his heart. Proud, he used his strongest attack, and even forcibly received a finger at his own expense. In the end, it could only force him to use one of his hands. This was humiliation. Now, you should know the disparity between us, right? Why haven't you knelt down to receive the gift? This is the last chance. Jun Tian's tone was calm, but exuded a majesty that brooked no refusal. The powerhouses present all choked, lost all hope. The Heaven-span world's sovereign was actually too weak to stand up to a single blow. Heaven-span world's #1 person was actually only fit to be someone else's servant. Everyone shut their eyes painfully, feeling unprecedented humiliation. Ha ha. Yi Yuan's mouth was full of blood when he suddenly burst out laughing. Nilmaye S. Your grandpa. Ye will only die standing and will never kneel to live. So what if Heavenly Stratum Powerhouse? If you have the capability, come and kill your grandpa Yi. Chapter 25:15. Tragic. Chapter 25:15. Tragic. It's over. Sigh. Lord St. Azure's pride rises to the sky. How can he stand such humiliation? Really unwilling. But the opponent is too strong. The Heaven-span world's powerhouses were full of sorrow. Weakness was the original sin. At this time, they were so powerless. Even the powerful Lord St. Azure also ended up in such a plight. And the smile on Jun Tian's face was finally reined in. He was unhappy, not angry, because ants were not worthy of him being angry. But this did not mean that ants could scold him. Impervious to reason, I've already given you the chance. Since you don't know how to cherish it, then pay the price for the destruction of the 8 extreme divinities. It was only to see his figure sway, and suddenly appeared in front of Yi Yuan. He was actually face to face with Yi Yuan already. Yi Yuan's world domain had always been open. Jun Tian directly said through his domain. This was the first time. Yi Yuan only felt that every pore opened up. He used teleport without the slightest hesitation. Swaz. Plus in an instant, he left Jun Tian's range. However, in the next second, Jun Tian appeared in front of him again. It was still that distance, a look of indifference and disdain. A small chiliocosm's spatial law. It's really quite good. Unfortunately, it's too weak. A faint smile hung on Jun Tian's face, a finger already pressing on Yi Yuan's chest. A blood arrow spurted out of Yi Yuan's back. His chest was pierced right through by a burst of energy. His body flew towards the ground like a cannonball. SMAs. Plussing heavily into the ground. The ever-victorious spatial teleport ceased to be effective too. Yi Yuan's teleport through his small world was actually unable to escape Jun Tian's control too. This Jun Tian was simply too strong. Jun Tian slowly unleashed his palm. A powerful suction force transmitted over. Yi Yuan, who was underground, was actually directly sucked up. It was only to see him shake his head slightly. He said with a sigh, "An ant also dares to fight for glory with heaven. You really don't know life from death. Do you know that if I wanted you to die, you'd have already died 10 times over?" Tui. Yi Yuan used all of his strength and spat fiercely. It was just that mouthful of blood already turned into nothingness before touching Jun Tian. Jun Tian's gaze turned sullen. Another finger pointed at Yi Yuan's knee. Uft. Yi Yuan's knee was directly crushed. Arg. Yi Yuan could not refrain from crying out miserably. An ant should have the awareness of an ant. Offending heaven, wanting to die, won't be that easy too. As Jun Tian said indifferently, he gently pressed a palm on Yi Yuan's chest. Bang! Yi Yuan spurted another mouthful of fresh blood wildly, his figure flying out backward. That speed was even faster than many Deva powerhouses. It could be seen how terrifying this light palm was. Yi Yuan only felt that from top to bottom, there was no piece of flesh that belonged to him anymore. Jun Tian grasped his sense of propriety. Very well. He did not give Yi Yuan a fatal blow. But the agony inflicted on Yi Yuan's physical body was extremely intense. Bang, bang, bang. A palm, another palm. Yi Yuan just felt that his skeleton was about to be dismantled by Jun Tian. The whole place was deathly silent. Everyone looked at this scene blankly, not knowing what to do. Bang! Another palm. Jun Tian flattened Yi Yuan on the ground. He stood with his hands behind his back, looked at Yi Yuan indifferently, and said, "Speaking of which, being angry with an ant like you is beneath my dignity. It's just that you destroyed the 8 extreme divinities beforehand, and you insulted afterward. I can't tolerate you. However, I've grown tired of playing. You can go and die already. Before you die, I'll let you see the true strength of a heavenly stratum powerhouse." Jun Tian flipped his palm over. An aura that made people shudder rose to the sky. That was the aura of heavenly Tao. Everyone's countenance changed visibly, including Yi Yuan. This aura was too strong. This was the true heavenly Tao. Jun Tian flipping his palm was like flipping the sky over. That power was practically going to break the heavenspan world. This is a heavenly stratum powerhouse. Could it be that the next realm is heavenly stratum? It's just how the I can I break through? A hint of helplessness flashed across in Yi Yuan's heart. Before coming, he already made the resolve to die. It was just that he did not expect that he was actually unable to even touch the corners of Jun Tian's sleeves. Good for nothing. Unwillingness. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus. All of a sudden, several figures sprang out, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, opening his hazy eyes, and his pupils constricted. Yu Mengli, Pang Zhen, fiery, profound secrets, sacred ancestor, high priest, and I Xian, and the 6 great Tao ancestors, all came. Apart from them, Tian Qing led Origin Smile, and Bo Yi 3 great Tao ancestors, as well as the other 4 great progenitors, and all appeared. 9 great Tao ancestors had all arrived. Why you guys? Yi Yuan's breath was weak as he said. Yu Mengli turned her head and said with a smile, "Sorry, big brother Yuan. Lier can't watch indifferently without lending a hand. What elder sister Lingxue can do, Lier can do it too." Profound Secrets said with an indifferent look, "Yi Yuan, the heavenspan world isn't your heavenspan world alone. What you said is right. We've been frogs at the bottom of a well for too many years, just like the human race back then, being afraid to even face the outside world. Today, we'll face it together." At this time, the vacant look Tian Qing's face had already been swept away fully. He had his back facing Yi Yuan and said with some melancholy, "Yi Yuan, I'm the heavenspan world's sinner. Today, this ancestor is here to atone for my sins." Tian Qing's back view was indescribably lonely. Sometimes the truth was this cruel. For countless years, he had been nothing more than Jun Tian's chess piece. He was an executioner. How many heavenspan world compatriots had he butchered? Ever since recovering, he had fallen into deep self-reproach. He knew that it was Yi Yuan who liberated them and let them return to themselves. He was deeply grateful to Yi Yuan. So he came. He was going to atone for the divine race. Suddenly, Jun Tian put down his palm. That is Stony's. Plussing aura immediately disappeared without a trace. Hoo-hoo, these are all people around you, right? If they die in front of you one by one, you should be in agony, right? Jun Tian looked at everyone behind Yi Yuan and said with a slight smile. It was just that smile exuded a cruel smell. Yu Mingli's brows furrowed slightly, and she said in a solemn voice, "You're really a cold-blooded and heartless person." But Jun Tian did not care at all, smiling as he said, "Ignorant ant, don't you know that heavenly Tao is heartless?" Tianqing snorted coldly and said, "Attack together. How can our heaven-span world's Tao ancestors have anyone who cravenly clings to life instead of braving death?" Everyone nodded one after another. The 9 great Tao ancestors plus 4 great progenitors charged toward Jun Tian with a Stonies. Plussing imposing momentum. It was just that Jun Tian still stood with his hands behind his back, moving back and forth indeterminately among the Tao ancestors. No matter how powerful their imposing momentum was, it could not touch the corners of Jun Tian's sleeves. Ho-ho, Tao ancestor! How ridiculous! You guys are merely jade true, heavenly sex toys. That's all. Do you really take yourselves to be supreme existences? Ants are ants. As he spoke, Jun Tian stomped his feet. Boom! The group of powerhouses was directly sent flying. Each person suffered serious injuries. Jun Tian's haughtiness rose to the sky. It was just that he did not notice that the light in Yi Yuan's eyes became brighter and brighter. Chapter 25:16, Transforming Tao. Chapter 25:16, Transforming Tao. This is simply toying with. That Jun Tian is really too strong. Tao ancestors are really ant-like existences in front of him. He's intent on toying with the Tao ancestors. Otherwise, he could probably eradicate the Tao ancestors with a flick of a finger. In front of Jun Tian, the supreme Tao ancestors also paled in comparison. Their earth-shaking big moves seemed to only serve as a foil to Jun Tian's might. He wandered around in it. Suddenly he waved his sleeves casually, and several people were then seriously injured. It was just that no one shrunk back. After they fell, they stood up again. Fall down, stand up again. Coming here, they were already prepared to die. Boundless moonlight, limitless samsara. Yu Mengli cried out, the terrifying ocular art aiming right at Jun Tian. Jun Tian just smiled slightly and said, "Ho-hoo, pretty good ocular art. Unfortunately, your Tao teachings were set down by me. Isn't it a little laughable to use it to deal with me?" Jun Tian gave Yu Mengli a glance. Yu Mengli's mind shook and tasted sweetness at the back of her throat. Her divine soul immediately suffered heavy damage, and she spurted out a mouthful of blood wildly. Just one glance broke the heaven-span world's strongest ocular art. "Be careful!" Suddenly, a cry entered Yu Mengli's ears. Before she understood what was going on, she was knocked flying by a wall of meat, tumbling out heavily. Lord Tianqing. Yu Mengli discovered that the person pressed on top of her was precisely Tianqing. Just now, at the critical moment, Tianqing blocked in front of her. The current Tianqing did not have an intact spot from top to bottom. He was only hanging in there with one last breath. He forcibly took Jun Tian's finger and already had his life force severed. Tianqing's mouth dribbled blood as he smiled miserably and said, "Little Li, this blow, just take it as repaying my debt. I am sorry." His life force was dissipating rapidly. There was no hope already. Yu Mengli's eyes were filled with tears as she cried bitterly, shaking her head as she said, "No, you didn't let me down. Why, you were a good elder." Tian Qing's breath was weak as he said, "The sins that I've committed are too serious. 10,000 deaths can't absolve me from the blame. Hoo-hoo, it's a pity that I can only die once. I hate it." Tian Qing used his last breath and howled at the sky. Then he closed his eyes and Pa-S said away all of a sudden. His life force had already been completely cut off. There was no possibility of surviving anymore. Lord Tian Qing. Yu Mengli cried bitterly beyond description. She naturally had hate toward Tian Qing. It was just that. She distinguished it clearly. In the divine race, Tian Qing could be said to have spared no effort in nurturing her. This kindness, Yu Mengli must accept it. Yu Mengli was a reasonable person. She knew that the fault did not lie with Tian Qing. Even Yi Yuan forgave Tian Qing. So what reason did she have to not forgive? Now, Tian Qing died on the spot in order to save her. How could she not feel heartache? "Jun Tian, I'll fight it out with you." Yu Mengli's wrath billowed to the sky. Russ. I, plussing forward without heed for her personal safety. But on the other side, Jun Tian casually smacked, and directly smacked Pang Zhen onto the ground. SMAs. I, plussing a large pit in the ground. Pang Zhen struggled several times, but failed to struggle to his feet. Yu Mengli's heavenly Tao true martial activated, and she rushed toward Jun Tian without caring for her life. The corners of Jun Tian's mouth curled slightly, and he said, "Ho, ignorant ants. This kind of fury doesn't have the slightest function. Although you're an ant too, your looks are not bad. In the future, follow me. After I kill them, I'll bring you out of this forsaken place." Finished talking, he casually pointed, and Yu Mengli directly fainted away. Bang, bang, bang. Jun Tian knocked everyone to the ground with one hand each. "All right, just about got tired of playing. It's time to send you all on your way. This forsaken place, even the air is filthy. It really makes me uncomfortable all over." Jun Tian had a look of disgust and walked toward Yu Mengli, about to bring her away. But right at this time, Jun Tian's expression changed, and he looked in Yi Yuan's direction with astonishment. No idea since when Yi Yuan actually already stood up. His gaze was staring fixedly at Jun Tian. The aura on his body was in the midst of rising crazily. Boom! Suddenly, the spiritual energy on Heavenspan Mountain completely erupted. The heaven and earth spiritual energy all around was seemingly like surging floodwaters, rolling in. An illusory figure appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Gray pupils, white robes. That was precisely the gray-pupiled Yi Yuan, only to see Yi Yuan say coolly, "From now on, you'll be heavenly Tao, transforming." "Tao." Yi Yuan pointed at the void. The gray-pupiled Yi Yuan dissipated with a loud bang, transforming into countless filaments. It burrowed into Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan's small world underwent earth-shaking changes. With a rumble, the originally lifeless world became lively all of a sudden. GRAS. S was taking root. Seedlings broke out of the soil and started to grow green leaves, overflowing with vitality. The sun, moon, and stars cycled without rest. Mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas flowed in continuous streams. Everything seemed to be operating according to some kind of law. The current Yi Yuan stood proudly in the sky, with a feeling of overlooking all life. He felt that he had become heaven. Endless spiritual energy poured into the small world crazily, helping him to develop all life. Jun Tian opened his eyes wide. The calm and collected expression on his face had changed for the first time. He sucked in a deep breath and said in shock, How is this possible? How can an ant possibly understand the art of transforming Tao? In this forsaken place, there's actually someone who can break through to heavenly stratum. Yi Yuan's gaze never left Jun Tian from start to end. Heavenly Tao is heartless. Ha, what a fine heavenly Tao is heartless. Jun Tian, I really have to thank you so much. Without your reminder, it probably wouldn't have been so easy if I wanted to break through. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Jun Tian was stunned when he heard that, only then recalling what he said earlier. Heavenly Tao is heartless. He was shocked. This guy found the turning point to break through to heavenly stratum through this sentence. A casual remark sounded significant to an attentive listener. Jun Tian did not expect that his thoughtless sentence actually created a heavenly stratum powerhouse. This guy's talent was too monstrous. In reality, Yi Yuan had been stuck at this step for a long time already. He always felt that his small world was missing something. He had once thought of heavenly Tao, but did not know how to create heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao was a vague and insubstantial thing. No one knew what it was. But there was a heartless existence in Yi Yuan's body. That guy did not have the slightest emotion. From when Yi Yuan's chaos first started, it already appeared after Origin Pill Realm. Only a short while ago, Yi Yuan was still wondering whether the cultivation method he comprehended was correct or not. It was just that later on, his strength became stronger and stronger. His confidence in himself also grew stronger and stronger, resulting in overlooking this problem. In the end, Yi Yuan's strength was already sufficient to suppress the gray pupil Yi Yuan, and he did not need to worry anymore. Not worrying, he naturally overlooked it. But the word heartless filled Yi Yuan with enlightenment, suddenly seeing the whole thing in a clear light. It turned out that the gray pupil Yi Yuan was not born without cause. He was heavenly Tao. The most important step of breaking through to heavenly stratum also lay with precisely him. Chapter 25:17. Look at my mouth shape. Chapter 25:17. Look at my mouth shape. Transforming Tao. This step is the most dangerous. But you achieved the chaos origin divinity by chance. This step became very easy instead. You, boy, really have a heaven-defying destiny. Jun Tian marveled with amazement. Originally, transforming Tao was the most dangerous in the process of breaking through to heavenly stratum. Not knowing the right way, it was very likely to suffer a backlash and lose yourself. Heavenly Tao was heartless. This was not said for fun. But Yi Yuan achieved the chaos origin divinity by coincidence. This was also to say that Yi Yuan's divine soul already reached the level of heavenly stratum. Therefore, this step became the easiest for him, actually. While surprise was surprise, Jun Tian did not seem to pay attention to Yi Yuan's breakthrough. Someone who just broke through to heavenly stratum. Furthermore, it was even a lower realm ant. Why would he take him seriously? Hence, he did not stop it at all. He watched with interest instead. Everything was still under his control. Yi Yuan's physical body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, virtually the entire heavenspan world's spiritual energy was being used by him. Yi Yuan only felt that his divine soul was almost leaving his body. That plusing feeling made every pore in his body relax. At this time, when he looked at the heavenspan world again, the feeling was already totally different. It was like he was standing in the sky, looking at everything in the mortal world. Whatever Tao ancestor, whatever Deva, whatever heavenly emperor, they were insignificant like ants on the ground. It was also no wonder that Jun Tian would be so scornful. Beneath heavenly Tao, all were ants. He was heaven. This kind of feeling was too wonderful. Do you feel unprecedentedly great? Jun Tian said with a smile. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Yes, really unprecedentedly good." Jun Tian nodded his head and said, "Therefore, the current you should be able to understand how I feel, right? The lives of ants aren't worthy of respect." Yi Yuan nodded his head, seemingly somewhat agreeing with it. Seeing this scene, the smile on Jun Tian's face grew stronger, while the expressions of the others changed slightly, especially those heaven-span world powerhouses in the distance. Their hearts sunk to rock bottom. Lord Saint Azure, they were scared to the extreme. If Lord Saint Azure became a person like Jun Tian, then the heaven-span world would really be finished. But right at this time, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said with a serious expression on his face, "I understand my S is a heavenly stratum powerhouse, very impressive. Why don't you take a S and look at your own reflection? Who the do you think you are? You're definitely an ant-like existence in the outside world too, right? Otherwise, why would you come to the heaven-span world to find a sense of existence? A piece of trash like you can only bully people of the lower realms, right?" Yi Yuan deliberately dragged out the tone. Jun Tian revealed a look of amuse. EMENT, but suddenly Yi Yuan's tone changed, and his words shot out like a machine gun, hitting Jun Tian until he did not come back to his senses for a long time. But very soon, his expression turned dark. "Ho, very good. Looks like you've become high after you became a heavenly stratum powerhouse." Jun Tian said with a cold smile, "Yeah, I'm very high right now, but very soon you'll be high too. You'll go high up into the sky." Yi Yuan similarly responded with a sneer. When Heaven-span World's people heard Yi Yuan's words, their hearts finally settled down. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's words made them feel very liberated. Recollecting the aftertaste, they felt that Yi Yuan's words make a lot of sense. True powerhouses did not deign to bother with ants. Only those people who failed to achieve their ambitions would look for a sense of existence in front of weaklings. Just like Yi Yuan, he would never take the initiative to go and bully the weak. His opponents were always those existences stronger than him. A hint of an amused smile showed on Jun Tian's face, and he said, "Oh, do you know why I didn't stop you when you broke through just now? Among heavenly stratum powerhouses, there is a vast difference in strength. Just like you now, you're a lesser sublime heavenly stratum, but the disparity between lesser sublime heavenly stratum and lesser sublime heavenly stratum is huge too. For example, I can kill a lower, lesser sublime heavenly stratum like you with a flip with my hand. Understand?" "Idiot!" Jun Tian said a whole bunch, but Yi Yuan was expressionless and replied with a word coolly. Jun Tian was taken aback and said in a solemn voice, "What did you say?" Yi Yuan pointed at his own lips and said, "Don't understand? Look at the shape of my mouth. I the idiot. Now, do you understand?" This time, Jun Tian was really enraged. The muscles on his face were twitching. An ant like Yi Yuan provoked him time and again. He already reached the limit of patience. "Very good. Looks like you really don't know what's called fear. Then, I'll let you know now." Jun Tian flipped his palm over. That world-destroying power appeared once again. The horrifying to the extreme power made everyone's faces change. Yi Yuan swept his sleeves grandly and directly swept Yumeng Li and the others away. "Take them away. The further you run, the better. If there are any losses, you all will be held accountable." These words were said to Wei Feng. Wei Feng's entire body trembled, knowing that an apocalyptic great battle was about to start. This was the true doomsday battle. People like them. Even if they watched the fight from afar, it was also impossible to be spared. Lord Saint Azure, rest assured. I definitely won't fail you." After he was done talking, Wei Feng brought the group of wounded people and sped away. Jun Tian did not stop this scene. Being merely a bunch of ants, he could annihilate them with a turn of his hand. The most important thing right now was to make this ant in front of him no fear. Above the sky, the cloud layer was extremely low, giving people an extremely constrained feeling. A blue ball emerged on Jun Tian's hand. On the ball, electric light flashed, shocking to the core. Ants are ants. Even if you broke through to heavenly stratum, you're still an ant. Jun Tian's figure flashed, instantly arriving in front of Yi Yuan. That light ball was directly pressed toward Yi Yuan. The void around the two people directly turned into a ma, S of nothingness. A hint of a cruel smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly gave a big slap. Without deviating to the left or right, it landed right on Jun Tian's body. This slap landing, it was as if the entire sky had fallen down. The power of this slap was actually much stronger than even Jun Tian. Bang! Jun Tian's body was directly smacked into the ground. Being extremely far away, the figures of Wei Feng and the others suddenly paused, looking into the distance with shocked faces. Then, everyone exchanged glances, their gazes revealing wild elation. "You all felt it, right?" Wei Feng said. Felt it. The aura of the person from behind is definitely Lord Saint Azure. So strong. But how can he be so strong? Even if he broke through to heavenly stratum, it's also impossible to be stronger than the outside world's powerhouses, right? The severely wounded Origin Smile suddenly said, "It's the power of the Heavenspan world." Yi Yuan borrowed the power of the Heavenspan world, fighting against that heavenly stratum powerhouse with the power of a world. He remembered that Yi Yuan had once executed it in the divine race before. One word repelled heavenly Tao. Now, he definitely borrowed the power of the Heavenspan world. Excellent. We're finally saved. Lord Tianqing, you didn't die in vain. The Heavenspan world is saved. Tears rolled down Origin Smile's old face. Chapter 25:18. Ant, don't use this sort of eyes to look at me. Chapter 25:18. Ant, don't use this sort of eyes to look at me. Boom. Jun Tian scurried out of the ruins, appearing rather ragged. His gaze was fixed on Yi Yuan, seemingly full of shock. Yi Yuan's gaze was currently meeting his eyes, as he said coolly, "Oh, an ant's slap smacked you away. Now, aren't you inferior to even an ant?" Jun Tian's expression was indescribably ugly. Posturing until now, he actually had his face slapped. But he actually had nothing to say. "Brat, you can actually control the Heavenspan world's power. I really underestimated you. I didn't expect that you actually concealed your abilities previously. Such shrewdness." Jun Tian said with a cold smile. "Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. If not for your trace of origin divinity, I wouldn't have learned this move. If I consider it like that, you really helped me quite a bit." Yi Yuan said coolly. When Jun Tian heard that, he nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. His thoughtless words let Yi Yuan break through the shackles, becoming a heavenly stratum powerhouse. His origin divinity taught Yi Yuan how to mobilize the power of the Heavenspan world. Actually, it was not that Yi Yuan did not use it previously, but that he knew that it was also useless even if he used it. The power that he controlled was simply showing off in the presence of an expert in front of Jun Tian. Using it, he would die even faster instead. Now, he broke through to lesser sublime, heavenly stratum, completely controlling heavenly Tao. Through the lesser Heavenspan mountain's power, he could mobilize the power of the Heavenspan mountain perfectly. This was his powerful reliance. Jun Tian's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Brat, your KY appearance really SES me off." Yi Yuan was still very calm and said coolly, "Is that so? This KY look was learned from you. Don't you like to posture? Then I'll let you see what it's like to be postured by someone else." Jun Tian nearly choked from anger. Yi Yuan's calm and collected appearance currently was really very similar to his just now. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's appearance really nauseated him badly. An ant was actually posturing in front of him. Furthermore, he really achieved it. Nothing was more humiliating than this. "Brat, there's a price to pay for posturing. Therefore, you can go and die already. Heavenly stratum powerhouses aren't as simple as you think." Jun Tian gave a cold snort, both hands suddenly kneading seals. C fell into an intense tremor instantly. Rumble! What's going on? What a terrifying power. How is this possible? That Jun Tian actually hasn't reached his limit yet? This is the power of rule. It's just that this power of rule is also too strong, right? Lord Saint Azure, he'll be all right? Extreme far away, Wei Feng and the rest of the powerhouses were unable to control their bodies at all, falling down from the air one after another. It was not just them. At this time, there were even more Heavenspan World powerhouses who were unable to maintain their figures at all. In an instant, they seemed to have become mortals. Jun Tian's casting of his spell thoroughly disrupted the Heavenspan World's rules. At this moment, the strength of a heavenly stratum powerhouse was displayed in its entirety. His might subverted the Heavenspan World's powerhouse's understanding of power. Watch closely. This is the true power of a heavenly stratum powerhouse. Silver feather, heaven suppressing palm. Jun Tian struck a palm over. The void directly shattered, forming a huge black hole. In this black hole, even spatial turbulent flows were unable to get close. The might of the power could be imagined. This was already a power that Serpa said the Heavenspan World. From start to end, Yi Yuan appeared very calm. Facing this terrifying palm, his expression did not change in the slightest. It was only to see him lightly raise a palm. Another slap smacked down. Bang! Jun Tian's power collapsed with a loud bang. This time, Jun Tian was directly smacked into the spatial turbulent flow. Wei Feng and the rest exchanged glances with incredulous looks. This scene was too strange. They could not see the situation on the battlefield, but they could feel the outrageous undulations over there. Jun Tian's terrifying attacks were directly shattered. How could they not feel it? Boom! Jun Tian flew back, once more looking at Yi Yuan with a look of apprehension. He felt that something was wrong. Too freaking wrong. How could he possibly be so strong? Yi Yuan still had that expression as he said, coolly, and don't look at me with this kind of eyes. I'll get angry. Finished talking, he flung another slap over. Jun Tian's expression changed, hurriedly raising his palm to block. It was just that, without the slightest surprise, he was smacked into the spatial turbulent flow once more. Bang! 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 One slap after another. Jun Tian did not have the slightest strength to fight back, being smacked flying over and over again. The entire spatial turbulent flow had already turned into a chaotic mess. This is too monstrous. Too monstrous. Too freaking liberating. Lord Saint Azure, smack this guy to death. Let him posture. Let him posture. Wei Feng's tone had a 180-degree turnabout, and tears actually flowed down his old face. Previously, he was in extreme despair. Jun Tian's might practically scared the out of him. But now, he felt exaltation upon fulfillment. Jun Tian under Yi Yuan's palm was like a dead dog, without any strength to fight back. Everyone present felt the same way. Too freaking liberating. Enough. I said, enough. Jun Tian bellowed. A terrifying to the extreme power suddenly exploded. Yi Yuan was caught by surprise and was actually rocked backward. Jun Tian had a head of disheveled hair, his clothes tattered, gaze looking at Yi Yuan gloomily. But there was an additional azure long spear in his hand, emitting an Astonis. Plussing power. His gaze was dark, clearly furious to the extreme. Brat, even if you can borrow the power of the heavenspan world, it's also impossible to be so strong. However, I also don't want to know anymore, because I'm very furious right now. Therefore, you must die. Jun Tian's eyes were full of hatred. He knew that Yi Yuan was deliberately humiliating him, avenging the grudge from before. Yet, he actually did not have the strength to fight back. He thought that he could make Yi Yuan submit obediently with a pair of flesh palms. But he was wrong. Yi Yuan, who had a calm look, suddenly smiled. What a coincidence. I also feel that you must die. Talking until the back, Yi Yuan's gaze gradually turned cold. Tianqing's corpse had not turned cold yet. The dead souls of the heavenspan world's powerhouses were still quivering in the void. In fact, he even wanted to encroach upon Lear. Also, this enmity of 10 billion years of enslavement. Everything needed Jun Tian to repay. If he did not die, how could the hatred in Yi Yuan's heart be dispelled? Jun Tian sneered and said, "Ignorant ant, you completely don't know what a heavenly stratum powerhouse is. This time, I'm going to be serious." Only to see him wave his long spear, the aura on his body became stronger. This long spear could actually make his strength soar. However, the expression on Yi Yuan's face did not change much. He still had a faint smile as he said, "What a coincidence. I'm also going to be serious this time." Yi Yuan lifted his palm. The lesser heavenspan mountain appeared in his palm impressively. Jun Tian's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, "Heart of Heavenspan! You actually refined the heart of Heavenspan. This is impossible." But right at this time, the heart of Heavenspan suddenly bloomed with light, turning into a streak of flowing light, flying toward the Heavenspan mountain. Chapter 25:19. Pulling up mountain with strength, unparalleled imposing aura. Chapter 25:19. Pulling up mountain with strength, unparalleled imposing aura. Boom. A loud noise came over. The heart of Heavenspan directly fused into the Heavenspan mountain. In the next moment, the earth quaked and mountains shook. Rumble. The Heavenspan mountain started trembling violently. Jun Tian's expression changed wildly, and he said in shock, "The Heavenspan mountain is being taken in by you?" The current Jun Tian felt like he had incredibly bad luck. He never dreamed that such a situation would actually occur. Yi Yuan was actually going to take in the Heavenspan mountain. The Heavenspan mountain was jade true, heavenly sex, heavenly spirit, immortal treasure of the legends. Who could have thought that such a treasure would actually land in Yi Yuan's hands? Yeah, otherwise, how can I, this ant, beat you, this powerful heavenly stratum powerhouse? Yi Yuan said coolly. After breaking through to heavenly stratum, Yi Yuan's mind became more agile as luck hit, suddenly feeling a sense of perfect harmony with the Heavenspan mountain. It was also precisely because of this that he could easily smack Jun Tian flying. Otherwise, how could he, a newbie who just broke through to lesser sublime heavenly stratum, possibly be Jun Tian's match? Yi Yuan also never thought that the Heavenspan mountain, which all of the Heavenspan world's powerhouses viewed as a cultivation, holy land, was actually just a treasure. Such a treasure could actually be taken away. And the key to taking this treasure away was refining the heart of Heavenspan. Yi Yuan stumbled blindly and refined the heart of Heavenspan, and he created the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon by blind chance, becoming a heavenly stratum powerhouse. In the end, he took in the Heavenspan Mountain with a random stumble. The moment it moved, it was earth-shattering. Currently, the entire Heavenspan world was in the midst of trembling. Yi Yuan arrived at the foot of the Heavenspan Mountain with a flash. Boom! Yi Yuan directly reached a hand out and stuck it into the ground. The first feeling was heavy, incomparably heavy. Yi Yuan's complexion flushed bright red, using all the strength in his body. Although he refined the Heavenspan Mountain, he did not have the method to mobilize such a treasure at all. Even if his mind was linked with the Heavenspan Mountain, and the Heavenspan Mountain became countless times lighter, but it was still unbelievably heavy. Rumble! The Heavenspan Mountain moved. Jun Tian's expression was indescribably ugly. This guy is really Buri's. Plus, he doesn't know the method to use the Heavenspan Mountain at all. So he's actually pulling up the mountain with his bare hands. If you can take in the Heavenspan Mountain, that would be strange. Jun Tian said with a cold laugh. At the same time, he raised his spear again. Toward this kind of newbie, even if you gave him a supreme treasure, he would not know how to use it either. How could he possibly lose to this kind of rookie? While at this time, the entire Heavenspan world was shaking. Everyone fell into deep shock. Wei Feng and the rest had blank faces as they said in shock, "What's Lord Saint Azure doing? See, could it be that he's going to pull the Heavenspan Mountain up? It's impossible, right? The Heavenspan Mountain leads above the heavens. How can this kind of divine mountain possibly be pulled up with human strength? What on earth is His Excellency trying to do? Could it be that he's going to use the Heavenspan Mountain to deal with Jun Tian?" In this place, the Heavenspan Mountain was faintly visible. Yi Yuan's Astonies. Plussing aura could not be concealed no matter what. How could they not know what Yi Yuan was trying to do? But Jun Tian ignored these brandis. Plussing the azure long spear in his hand. A similarly Astonies. Plussing imposing momentum rose to the sky. 7 cardinal sky howling spear. This spear will let you know the outcome of resisting heaven. His voice had yet to fade when Jun Tian's expression suddenly changed wildly. Arg! Rumble! It was only to hear Yi Yuan give a long howl. The Heavenspan Mountain rose up from the ground. Jun Tian opened his mouth wide, having a look of disbelief. Below the Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan's figure was tall and straight. His 2 hands supported the Heavenspan Mountain, appearing somewhat strained. But he had indeed heaved it up. Boom! The moment the Heavenspan Mountain moved, the sky seemed to have had a hole poked in it. A thick to the extreme spiritual energy suddenly poured down. An enormous black vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, like a black hole. That appearance was seemingly like a stopper was pulled away by someone. In the Heavenspan world, everyone was inexplicably shocked, thinking that it was the end of the world. This scene was too shocking. Wei Feng's pupils constricted, and he cried out in alarm, "PP pulled up, really pulled up, TT this. How is this possible?" Boom! Yi Yuan moved and took a step forward. The earth quaked and mountains swayed. Boom! Yi Yuan took another step forward. Below the Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan was insignificant as an ant, but his imposing momentum was Astonies. Plussing like a celestial's, pulling up the mountain with strength, unparalleled, imposing aura. Yi Yuan's imposing momentum obstructed even the sky. Jun Tian, already ACCU, mulat his momentum fully, only waiting for a suitable opportunity to unleash his spear. But now he hesitated. Why? Aren't you serious now? Thrust your spear. This ant don't even know how to use the Heavenspan Mountain. Could it be that you'll feel scared too? Yi Yuan's words were full of mockery. Jun Tian's expression changed slightly, but his imposing momentum became weaker and weaker. Thrusting one's spear paid great attention to momentum. Even if one reached heavenly stratum, this principle would not change too. His imposing momentum could poke a hole in the sky, but he encountered Yi Yuan. This guy was completely unreasonable. He pulled the mountain up. No matter how strong his momentum was, how could it possibly win the current Yi Yuan? Therefore, he was nervous. He was backing away. Ho-hoo, didn't you say that you're heaven? The paramount heaven will actually be afraid of an ant? Laughable. Really ridiculous. Yi Yuan returned all of Jun Tian's mockery to him. He was still advancing. Jun Tian was still retreating. It was already impossible to unleash his spear. Deity, end it, you lunatic. Consider yourself ruthless. After I report the matter here to the sect, I want to see how you still be arrogant. Finally, Jun Tian put away the azure-long spear, his figure moving, speeding toward the horizon. He did not dare to clash with Yi Yuan anymore. For example, this Heavenspan Mountain was 10,000 pounds in Yi Yuan's hand. When it reached him with such strong momentum, it might be 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 pounds. His spear was likely to be smashed. The Heavenspan Mountain was a heavenly spirit treasure. His long spear was not on the same level at all. If Yi Yuan smashed the mountain over, how many tens of millions of pounds would that power be? It was just that. How could Yi Yuan let him go just like this? Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh, the divine essence within his body surging crazily. He used all the strength in his body and threw the Heavenspan Mountain out. Then, the Heavenspan Mountain smashed toward that figure above the sky amidst everyone's astonished gazes. The speed was swift to the extreme. Jun Tian was currently sweeping past wildly, but the Heavenspan Mountain's speed was too fast, and the size was too large. Nowhere to avoid. His pupils constricted, his scalp tingling. At this time, there was only forcefully resisting it. Boom! Jun Tian spurted a mouthful of blood wildly, feeling the bones all over his body were crumbling. The strike of a heavenly spirit treasure, the power was formidable to the extreme. However, a heavenly stratum powerhouse was ultimately a heavenly stratum powerhouse. This kind of terrifying force still did not smash him to death. Borrowing the countershock force, his speed became even faster, directly flying into that S of black vortex, disappearing. Yi Yuan, I've remembered today's matter. The plain Sageway is going to close. Even if you broke through to heavenly stratum, you can't leave the Heavenspan world too. Wash your neck well and wait for death. Only at this time did a sentence come over from the void. Chapter 2520, Grand Bright Jade, Complete Heaven. Chapter 2520, Grand Bright Jade, Complete Heaven. Grand Bright Jade, Complete Heaven, True Young Heavenly Domain. There was a vast expanse of forest in front. Trees were vigorous and upright, luscious and green. There was a clearing in the forest. The clearing was overgrown with weeds. Amidst the weeds, a broken altar was faintly visible. Suddenly, the altar gave off a beam of light, and a figure appeared. Pork! As soon as the figure appeared, he vomited a large mouthful of blood fiercely. It was only to see his figure sway, wanting to take 2 steps, but he vomited a mouthful of blood again. The severity of his wounds could be seen. This person was precisely the Jun Tian, who had just escaped from the Heavenspan world. Deity, end it. My injuries are too heavy. I already can't move. I really failed in this simple task to actually let an ant hurt me until like this. However, that heavenly spirit treasure. After my injuries recover, I must find a way to obtain the heaven-span mountain. Thick greed flashed across in Jun Tian's eyes. That collision from Yi Yuan truly startled heaven and earth and made DS and ghosts weep. This grand completion, lesser sublime heavenly stratum, was also knocked dazed and confused. But fortunately, the plain Pa-S sageway was closed. Yi Yuan was unable to Pa-S through, otherwise he would probably die on the spot right now. Putting away the heated gaze, Jun Tian took out a dark gray medicinal pill and swallowed it, and started revolving his powers and regulating his breathing. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud bang, and the altar exploded. Jun Tian was directly sent flying out by the huge impact. A figure dashed out and landed not far in front of Jun Tian. Jun Tian's pupils constricted, and he said in horror, "Why you? How is it possible? The plain Pa-S sageway is closed. It's absolutely impossible for a lesser sublime heavenly stratum to forcibly burst open. How did you do it?" The current Jun Tian was terrified to the extreme. His injuries were extremely heavy, and he was completely unable to fight anymore. But Yi Yuan forcibly broke through the plane barrier at this time. This was really terrible. Yi Yuan held his palm out. A hardy and heavy small mountain appeared. "Use this to smash it open," Yi Yuan said coolly. Jun Tian's expression changed wildly, and he said, "Why you subdued the heaven-span mountain? How is this possible? I'm clearly a rookie who knows nothing. So how can I subdue the heaven-span mountain? Is it really let you down?" "The heaven-span mountain's method of control is hidden on the heaven-span mountain," Yi Yuan said coolly. When Jun Tian heard that, he practically had an impulse to swear. This heaven-span world was really a huge pit. Him jumping in now directly buried himself. Earlier on, Yi Yuan caused a great sensation in the heaven-span world. That towering and lofty heaven-span mountain that had stood for countless hundreds of millions of years was actually gone. Gone. The heaven-span mountain was taken away by Yi Yuan. At that moment, the entire heaven-span world was plunged into deep fear and shock. The heaven-span mountain's significance to the heaven-span world's martial artists could not be described using words at all. Now, the heaven-span mountain was gone. They already felt at a loss on what to do. This time, Jun Tian was really afraid. Jun Tian's footsteps were falling back involuntarily, but Yi Yuan's gaze was sizing up the surroundings. This place made him very uncomfortable. The air was filled with a powerful suppression force. That feeling was like someone walked into a gravity chamber. If heaven-span world's gravity was 1, then the gravity here was 10,000. The powerful restrictive force greatly limited his cultivation method and martial technique when they were displayed. Clearly, Jun Tian also sensed Yi Yuan's abnormality. He smiled coldly and said, "Brat, do you feel very uncomfortable? The 33 heavens is the world of rules. There are no laws here, only rules. This place is heaven, the heaven that dominates a myriad of worlds. Entering here, all of your power will be infinitely suppressed. Right now, you can't even fly. I want to see how you kill me." Finished talking, Jun Tian's figure flashed, speeding away into the depths of the dense forest. Yi Yuan just laughed coldly and urged the heaven-span mountain according to the spell recorded on the heaven-span mountain. Swaz. Plus the heaven-span mountain instantly turned into a streak of flowing light, chasing right after. Jun Tian was currently crying out in his heart about getting lucky, when suddenly he felt a powerful aura arrive with a howl from the rear. He was seriously injured to begin with. His strength had greatly diminished. At this time, how could he avoid it? Boom! The heaven-span mountain slammed right onto his body without the slightest surprise. Jun Tian spurted out a mouthful of fresh blood and fell to the ground. Yi Yuan walked over unhurriedly and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter that my strength is suppressed. Don't I still have the heaven-span mountain? Although I don't know what great of a treasure it is, being able to suppress a world, it's definitely not what the long spear in your hands can compare to. Isn't that right? Therefore, I don't need any cultivation method or martial technique at all. Directly using it to smash you will do." Seeing Yi Yuan walking over step by step, Jun Tian really got scared. He underestimated the heaven-span mountain. Yeah, Yi Yuan did not need to compete with whatever cultivation method or martial technique with him at all. He just had to pick up the heaven-span mountain and smash people. Simple, yet crude, but very practical. "Why you can't kill me?" Jun Tian gasped heavily for air. "Oh, why?" Yi Yuan said, "I'm the Jade True Heavenly Sect's Outer Sect Deacon. I have a life tablet in the sect. If you kill me, Jade True Heavenly Sect will definitely come and find you. Furthermore, the Heavenspan Mountain is the Jade True Heavenly Sect's supreme treasure. If they know that you acquired the Heavenspan Mountain, they will definitely keep hunting you down. You can run, but what do you plan on doing with those people in the Heavenspan world?" Jun Tian hurriedly said. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. This was a troublesome thing. However, Yi Yuan was naturally not willing to believe it easily. When Jun Tian saw that Yi Yuan was moved, he hurriedly said, "You felt grand bright jade, complete heaven's rule pressure too. If those friends of yours don't break through to heavenly stratum realm, it's impossible to enter grand bright jade, complete heaven. Otherwise, they will be crushed into minced meat by the great Tao rules here. As long as you don't kill me, I can let you plant an origin divinity, will, and become your servant. You'll definitely be entering grand bright jade, complete heaven, and know absolutely nothing about the things here. Just nice, you need a servant." There was an impulse to die in Jun Tian's heart. When he entered Heavenspan world previously, he was planning on taking Yi Yuan in as a servant. Who knew that in a blink he was actually going to take the initiative to become Yi Yuan's servant? Such irony! After Jun Tian finished talking, he looked at Yi Yuan eagerly, waiting for his decision. Yi Yuan remained silent all along, also not knowing what he was thinking about. Jun Tian's heart was fidgety to the extreme. Suddenly, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said, "Is there a method that can let a wisp of spiritual consciousness regather the divine soul in this grand bright jade, complete heaven?" Jun Tian hurriedly nodded and said, Of course there is. The 33 heavens is the pinnacle of myriad worlds, the most primitive of the land of rules. Forget about just a wisp of spiritual consciousness remaining. Even a dead person can be revived too. When Yi Yuan heard that, he was wildly ecstatic in his heart. However, he did not show it. He just said calmly, "Oh, then how can one regather the divine soul?" This, Jun Tian smiled bitterly and said, "I'm just lesser sublime heavenly stratum, belonging to the lowest level existence in the 33 heavens. How would I know how to regather the divine soul, this kind of heaven-defying means?" "Oh, then it's no use keeping you. Go to H.E.L. then," Yi Yuan said very calmly. Chapter 25-21, Jade True Anecdote. Chapter 25-21, Jade True Anecdote. Why you really dare to kill me? I didn't lie to you. Jade True Heavenly Sect will really come and find me. Jun Tian's expression changed, falling back repeatedly. He was really scared, facing death. Even if he was a heavenly stratum powerhouse, he was unable to remain calm too. Yi Yuan pointed at the sky and said with a faint smile, Jun Tian, there are still many heaven-span world martial artists who died wronged currently watching in heaven. If I were to let you go, they won't let me off even if they become ghosts. That smile carried a bone-piercing chill. Not long ago, he watched Tian Qing die in front of him with his own eyes, powerless to do anything. That strike, if not for Tian Qing, Lier would have already perished. How could Yi Yuan let Jun Tian live? Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan urged the heaven-span mountain and directly smashed over toward Jun Tian. Bang! This blow struck right on his chest, directly knocking Jun Tian to the ground. Jun Tian's two eyes rolled upward. He was only breathing in without breathing out anymore, no longer far from death. The heaven-span mountain was taken in by Yi Yuan. Although its size was not big, if it landed on someone, it was heavy to the extreme. Jun Tian was struck by the heaven-span mountain over and over again. How could he survive by luck? Yi Yuan did not hold back, controlling the heaven-span mountain to smash 2 more times, and Jun Tian stopped breathing completely. A grand completion, lesser sublime, heavenly stratum powerhouse was forcibly smashed to death by the heaven-span mountain. Simple, yet crude. Yi Yuan let out a long sigh, akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. Jun Tian was like a large mountain, Cruz, plussing others until the entire heaven-span world could not breathe. If not for him breaking through to lesser sublime, heavenly stratum by chance, the consequences would really be unimaginable. Fortunately, Jun Tian, the main culprit behind controlling the heaven-span mountain, was finally dead. It was just that. Even more doubts lingered in Yi Yuan's heart too. Jun Tian was merely a small fry. It was impossible for him to have the strength to suppress the heaven-span world. At the very most, he just exploited a loophole and made use of the heaven-span world's power. The J-True heavenly sect, which Jun Tian spoke of, was the one that was linked in many ways with the heaven-span world. Furthermore, Jun Tian said that he was the J-True heavenly sect's outer sect deacon, and he had a life tablet in the sect. The moment he died, the sect definitely knew about it. At that time, they would probably really send someone over to investigate. Yi Yuan did not know J-True heavenly sect's attitude towards the heaven-span world, but Yi Yuan felt that there might not be anything good. Moreover, he killed a member of the sect. The sect would not be willing to drop the matter too. In front of a heavenly stratum powerhouse, the heaven-span world was too weak. Jun Tian was merely a puny little outer sect deacon and already almost wiped out the entire heaven-span world. It could be inferred that if the sect's powerhouses came, it was absolutely not what the current Yi Yuan could parry. Yi Yuan being able to defeat Jun Tian was entirely thanks to the heaven-span mountain. With his own strength, even if he broke through to heavenly stratum, it was impossible to be Jun Tian's match too. This grand bright jade, complete heaven, was a world that was a completely different level from the heaven-span world. The power of rules here was too strong. Even Tao ancestors were unable to enter this world too. Otherwise, they would be crushed into a meat pancake by the power of rules here. Tao ancestors could not withstand the pressure of rules here at all. Even Yi Yuan was also unable to adapt to the environment here until now. In fact, even his breathing felt somewhat constrained. It could be judged that this grand bright jade, complete heaven, did not have mortal stratum martial artists at all. Heavenly stratum was the basic requirement to enter this place. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan's brows could not help furrowing tightly, immediately feeling the pressure sword. This also meant that the heaven-span world's trillions of lives were now all tied to him alone. Once anything happened to him, the heaven-span world would surely suffer a cataclysmic disaster. But now he was completely clueless about this grand bright jade, complete heaven. In fact, he did not even have a method of cultivation. No cultivation method, no martial technique, no means to use the origin divinity. Yi Yuan's only reliance currently was the heavenspan mountain. But on second thought, in such a powerful world, he could always find the method to save Mu Lingxue. Furthermore, when he asked Jun Tian previously, he could feel that regathering the divine soul did not seem to be something impossible. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan could not help being a lot more invigorated. In addition, he even remembered that he had once sensed that his father and Lin Wushuang, their tiny trace of fluctuations, seemed to have returned to heaven and earth too. Thinking about it now, they probably entered this world. Then, could he find his father too, even reviving him? Thinking of this, Yi Yuan's mind could not help shaking. Ji Xinyang's fall was the regret of Yi Yuan's life. If he could really meet his father again, even revive him, then he would really have no regrets in this life. Suddenly, Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "My current strength is likely the weakest existence in this grand bright jade. Complete heaven. Thinking of these is too far away. The most important thing now is still to understand this world." Yi Yuan's gaze landed on Jun Tian's corpse. Jade True Heavenly Sect should be a major sect. As a major sect's disciple, Jun Tian might have some things on him that could let Yi Yuan discover some secrets of the grand bright jade, complete heaven. Yi Yuan found a storage bracelet on Jun Tian's body. Jun Tian was already dead. Hence, this bracelet became an ownerless item. Yi Yuan found that azure long spear inside, some white crystals, several secret books on cultivation, as well as some random things. Although that azure long spear was not as terrifying as the Heavenspan mountain, it was also a decent quality weapon. Yi Yuan could feel an Astoni's plussing aura emitting off it. As for those white crystals, there was extremely thick spiritual energy in each of them. This spiritual energy had intrinsic differences from the Heavenspan world's spiritual energy. Yi Yuan guessed that this thing might be the grand bright jade, complete heaven's universal currency. Rather, it was those secret books on cultivation that he was interested in. After Yi Yuan browsed through them, he had some understanding about the cultivation of heavenly stratum powerhouses. There was a cultivation method called Jade True Spirit Awakening Formula among them, letting Yi Yuan understand a part of the realms of heavenly stratum powerhouses. It turned out that heavenly stratum powerhouses were divided into lesser sublime heavenly stratum, greater sublime heavenly stratum, as well as limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Each major realm was also divided into lower, middle, upper, as well as grand completion, consisting of 4 minor realms. Jun Tian was grand completion, lesser sublime, heavenly stratum realm, being just a step away from greater sublime, heavenly stratum, while Yi Yuan did not even count as a lower lesser sublime heaven right now. To heavenly stratum powerhouses, he had not crossed the threshold currently because he did not even have the most basic cultivation method. Unfortunately, this cultivation method only had the first level cultivation method of lesser sublime heavenly stratum. Presumably, this Jun Tian status in the Jade True heavenly sect was also not very high. However, Yi Yuan was not in a rush to cultivate this Jade True Spirit Awakening formula. Coming this far, Yi Yuan knew that the selection of cultivation method was very important. He was naturally not willing to easily enter a pit. He still understood the logic of better to go without than to make do with a shoddy substitute. There's a Jade True anecdote here. When Yi Yuan saw this cover, his eyes could not help lighting up. He was very curious about this Jade True heavenly sect. The Heavenspan mountain was clearly a precious treasure. So why would it be used to suppress the heavenspan world? Many mysteries of the heavenspan world all lay with this J-True heavenly sect. Understanding this sect would naturally be very helpful to him. Chapter 25-22, Wordless Heavenly Skill. Chapter 25-22, Wordless Heavenly Skill. Mission Hall, J-True Heavenly Sect. An old man was currently lecturing 3 disciples. Jun Tion's life tablet has already shattered. You all go to Eastward Country to check it out properly. See who has such gall to dare provoke our J-True Heavenly Sect. Chung Shan, you're the senior apprentice brother. This trip will be led by you, the old man said. Chung Shan cupped his fists and said, Elder, you can be rest assured. This disciple will definitely investigate carefully. If I find any clues, I'll definitely make him pay the price of blood. Elder, you nodded slightly and said, The 3 of you, this elder naturally feels relieved. Jun Tion's strength is top-notch in Eastward Country too. There aren't many people capable of making him die. This elder reckons that this matter probably has something to do with the royal family. Do you all know what to do after you go to Eastward Country? Chung Shan's eyes flickered, and he said with a nod, Elder, rest assured. This disciple understands. In the tiny land of Eastward Country, those few people are merely a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. I reckon that they also can't stir up any waves. Chung Shan, 3 people set off for Eastward Country with the sect's mission. It was just that they did not think that Jun Tion, this big shot who could make Eastward Country tremble thrice with a stomp of his feet, actually died in Yi Yuan's hands. Yi Yuan closed the J-True anecdote and exhaled a turbid breath deeply. Following that was a deep fury. It turned out that this heavenspan mountain was accidentally obtained by J-True Heavenly Sect's former sect master, Yen J-True. By borrowing this treasure, Yen J-True rarely had any rivals, his strength exceedingly formidable. J-True Heavenly Sect also became the overlord-level sect of Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven's 5 great heavenly regions. Because of it, it was just a pity that later on, Yen J-True encountered a formidable enemy later on and suffered serious injuries. His treasure, the Heavenspan Mountain, was also seriously damaged in this battle. In order to nourish the Heavenspan Mountain, Yen J-True sealed it in a small kiliacosm with a great magical ability, Nories. Plus-ing the Heavenspan Mountain with the power of the entire small kiliacosm. This small kiliacosm was the Heavenspan world. It was just that later on, no idea why, Yen J-True went missing and the heart of Heavenspan disappearing with him too. Without the heart of Heavenspan, J-True Heavenly Sect could not find traces of the Heavenspan Mountain. Later, J-True Heavenly Sect had once swarmed out in full force, searching for the whereabouts of the Heavenspan Mountain. It was just a pity that the place the Heavenspan Mountain was sealed. Only Yen J-True alone knew about it. J-True Heavenly Sect expended a great price and failed to find the whereabouts of the Heavenspan Mountain too. This was the origin of the Heavenspan world. Reading finished the J-True anecdote. Yi Yuan had unspeakable fury. Whatever Tao ancestor, whatever heavenly Tao samsara, it was all merely a game set by Yen J-True. For tens of billions of years, the Heavenspan world's powerhouses have all been living in the shadow of Yen J-True. It was also fortunate that Yen J-True went missing. Otherwise, the current Heavenspan world would likely have long ceased to exist. Nories. Plussing a precious treasure like this with the price of a world's living things, the method could be rated as cruel. If it succeeded, everything in the Heavenspan world would no longer exist, and naturally there would not be the Yi Yuan today as well. It was just that no one expected that many years later, the heaven-span world was actually found by an outer sect deacon, Jun Tian. However, Jun Tian did not report this matter to J-True Heavenly Sect. He knew that the heaven-span mountain was a treasure. If he could obtain it, his fate would be totally different. If he reported it to the sect, it would have nothing to do with him anymore. Unfortunately, without the heart of Heavenspan, Jun Tian could not take the Heavenspan mountain away, standing guard over a treasure mountain, but could not take it away. Jun Tian had been depressed these few years. He had once infiltrated into the Heavenspan world countless times in an attempt to find the whereabouts of the heart of Heavenspan, but could not find it. Of course, with his strength sneaking into the Heavenspan world without a sound, it was simply impossible for the Heavenspan world's powerhouses to discover it. Helpless, he left behind the legacy of the 8 extreme divinities in the Heavenspan world, attempting to collect divine soul essence to cultivate origin divinity. After reaching heavenly stratum, the cultivation of origin divinity was extremely important. The higher the origin divinity realm, the greater the speed of comprehending heaven and earth, and the easier it was to increase one's cultivation realm. Of course, origin divinity realm was not so easy to increase. However, Jun Tian never dreamed that the heart of Heavenspan, which he searched bitterly for, changed hands several times and landed in Yi Yuan's hands in the end. Furthermore, he even successfully refined the heart of Heavenspan and took away the Heavenspan mountain. But Jun Tian himself died under the Heavenspan mountain in the end. Yi Yuan's gaze was deep as he muttered to himself, "I absolutely can't let J-True Heavenly Sect discover the Heavenspan world. Otherwise, the consequences will be too ghastly to contemplate." Although the current J-True Heavenly Sect is already far worse than before, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The strength of a sect isn't what the current me can contend with. The Heavenspan mountain was a treasure that could let the J-True Heavenly Sect rise once again. Once J-True Heavenly Sect's people discovered it, the Heavenspan world's days would also come to an end. Yi Yuan held his palm out, the Heavenspan mountain suspended on his palm quietly. Wordless heavenly skill. Yen J-True relied on this cultivation method back then to command the 5 great heavenly regions. I wonder if I can comprehend it or not. Yi Yuan looked at the Heavenspan mountain and said to himself, it was recorded in the J-True anecdote that an Astonis, H.I. Plussing cultivation method was hidden on the Heavenspan mountain called wordless heavenly skill. This cultivation method was wordless. Want to comprehend it, you could only rely on comprehension ability and lucky chance. And this cultivation method could only appear after the Heavenspan mountain and heart of Heavenspan combines into one. However, Yi Yuan did not comprehend it immediately, but concealed the plain Pa-S sageway with array formations. Then he disposed of Jun Tian's dead body before leaving carefully. Yi Yuan had traveled for several months, but could not find the way out at all. Inklight Forest was too large. He did not know where to go at all. He did not encounter any danger along the way. In these few months, Yi Yuan studied the Heavenspan mountain carefully while traveling, attempting to find the wordless heavenly skill. It was just that. Sadly, it was too difficult. However, what Yi Yuan did not lack the most was patience. If not for his persevering spirit, he also could not have walked until today. On this day, Yi Yuan was currently studying the Heavenspan mountain when suddenly he heard noisy quarreling sounds. He was overjoyed in his heart and hurriedly put away the Heavenspan mountain. Finally he saw a living person, Junior Apprentice Sister Shuezhen. You rest assured. The Yang family's matter is my Lu Yuanjia's matter. Your father's grudge, Senior Apprentice brother, will definitely avenge for you. A young man's voice could be heard. Another man said, Junior Apprentice Sister Shuezhen. That Li family's Li Batian is nothing. With me, Gue Tianyu around, I'll definitely make him unable to bear the consequences." At this time, a weak and sad woman's voice transmitted over in a drawn-out manner. "Many thanks for 2 senior apprentice brothers taking pity on me. Shuezhen is deeply grateful." "Ho, Junior Apprentice Sister Shuezhen, those words regard me too much as a stranger." There's actually someone in this wilderness." Lu Yuanjie's eyes were sharp and saw Yi Yuan with one glance and said in surprise. Gue Tianyu sized Yi Yuan up and said with a snicker, "Didn't even reach lower, lesser sublime heaven. This kid can actually survive in Inklight Forest until now. What a tenacious life." "Hey, brat, you're a lower realms ant that just ascended to grand bright jade, complete heaven, right?" Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. This guy was actually as disgusting as Jun Tian. He originally still wanted to follow this group of people and leave Inklight Forest. Now, he could not even be bothered to talk anymore. When Gue Tianyu saw Yi Yuan ignore him, his expression could not help turning dark. He said in a cold voice, "Punk, this young master is talking to you. Are you deaf?" Chapter 25-23. Unable to speak up. Chapter 25-23. Unable to speak up. Hoo, even an ant who just ascended has his share of arrogance. An ant-like thing has no idea of danger or death. Lu Yuanjie said with a laugh. The family guards behind Lu Yuanjie and Gue Tianyu were also all laughing nonstop at this time. Clearly, they had already gotten used to this scene. Grand bright jade, complete heaven, was connected to every heaven and myriad worlds. There were often lower realms martial artists that ascended. These martial artists had immensely formidable strength in the lower realms. But arriving here, they were the lowest rung, because grand bright jade, complete heaven, did not have ordinary martial artists. The weakest here was also a heavenly stratum powerhouse. Therefore, this scene of Yi Yuan's air of haughtiness was only seen as being laughable in everyone's eyes. When Gue Tianyu saw that Yi Yuan still ignored him, he said in a solemn voice, "Boy, come in front of this young master and kneel down and kowtow to admit your fault now. This young master can spare your life." Yi Yuan was slightly angry in his heart and was just about to speak up sarcastically when that woman who was fairer than snow suddenly said, "2 senior apprentice brothers, it's really not easy for this little brother to be able to ascend from the lower realms. Can you give this junior apprentice sister face and spare him once?" Lu Yuanjie and Gue Tianyu were naturally unwilling. Yi Yuan's attitude made them very displeased. It was just that they were both pursuing Yang Shuezhen, so they naturally had to appear more magnanimous. Gue Tianyu gave a cold snort and said, "Since junior apprentice Sister Shuezhen opened her mouth to plead, consider your life tenacious, brat." Lu Yuanjie said coolly, "We'll listen to junior apprentice Sister Shuezhen." "Get lost then," Yang Shuezhen said. "2 senior apprentice brothers. This little brother likely can't walk out of here by relying on himself. Why don't we bring him out?" The 2 people frowned slightly with reluctant looks on their faces, but they could not brush off Yang Shuezhen's face. In the end, they could only nod their heads helplessly. Yi Yuan looked towards Yang Shuezhen rather surprisedly, not expecting that this girl was actually so kind-hearted. Actually, he did not care about the threats of these people. Although he currently had not cultivated heavenly stratum cultivation methods and martial techniques yet, just by relying on the power of the Heavenspan Mountain, he could kill everyone present. These few days, it was also not that he had achieved nothing. At the very least, his control of the Heavenspan Mountain became much more accomplished with high proficiency. The power of the Heavenspan Mountain also increased significantly. These people in front of him The strongest was merely middle lesser, sublime, heaven. It was enough to suppress these people with the power of the Heavenspan Mountain. However, unless it was a last resort, Yi Yuan did not wish to employ the Heavenspan Mountain. This place was Jade True, heavenly sex territory. If he took out the Heavenspan Mountain here, he would have to kill all the people present. Otherwise, there would be a constant source of future troubles. Yi Yuan was also not an insensible person. He gave a bow toward Yang Shuezhen and said, "Many thanks, Mississippi." Yang Shuezhen waved her hand and said coolly, "Not a big deal." Clearly, this girl was in a bad mood and did not have too much desire to talk. She only helped Yi Yuan conveniently. Yi Yuan naturally would not ask for a rebuff either. He simply followed the squad in silence. The sky gradually turned dark. The party set up camp. Suddenly, a tiger roar came from the distance. Lu Yuanjie, two people exchanged a glance and could not help smiling knowingly. "Brat, there's no free lunch in the world. We served as a protective umbrella for you along the way. So shouldn't you do a little something too?" Lu Yuanjie said to Yi Yuan with a smile. How could Yi Yuan not know that this guy was planning something bad? However, he was emboldened, stemming from great ability, and did not care either, saying indifferently, "You want me to go and hunt that tiger?" Lu Yuanjie was a little surprised at Yi Yuan's cleverness, and said with a nod, "Yeah, this is merely a lower lesser sublime, heaven double-winged, heaven-shaking tiger. It's one of the weakest true spirits in grand bright jade, complete heaven. Pressing on with our journey all the way, everyone is a little tired. Why don't you hunt it down and satisfy everyone's craving for good food?" Yi Yuan had not spoken yet when Yang Shuezhen frowned and said, "Senior apprentice brother Lu, isn't this making things difficult for him? He hasn't even reached lower, lesser, sublime heaven. How can he possibly be the double-winged, heaven-shaking tiger's match?" Lu Yuanjie smiled and said, "Junior apprentice sister, this boy is very haughty. Just a tiger. He shouldn't have taken it seriously yet, right?" Yang Shuezhen still wanted to say something, but heard Gue Qianyu say, "Humph, junior apprentice sister, it's just catching a tiger. You're also protecting him too much, right? Moreover, Lu Qing and Gue Chung will also be following him. They won't let him die." Yang Shuezhen's brows furrowed slightly, clearly being caught in a dilemma. She was currently relying on these two people greatly and could not offend them too badly. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly said, "I'll go." The moment Lu Yuanjie heard, he smiled and said, "That's more like it, being able to corroborate your Tao and achieve heavenly stratum in the lower realms. If you don't even have this bit of courage, that's also too disgraceful. Lu Qing, Gue Chung, you guys follow this little brother. Both of you need to protect him well. If he isn't the double-winged heaven-shaking tiger's match, you guys lend him a helping hand." When he was talking, he deliberately placed emphasis on helping hand, 2 words. Yang Shuezhen sighed, slightly. Yi Yuan was courting death himself. She could not help it either. She was currently unable to even fend for herself. Yang Shuezhen was not a fool. How could she not understand Lu Yuanjie, two people's thoughts? It was just that she was anxious to take revenge currently, and she already could not care that much anymore. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with the two and brought Lu Qing and Gue Chung and directly left. An hour later, Lu Qing and Gue Chen ran back. When Lu Yuanjie saw that there were only the 2 of them coming back, he was smiling, but very soon his face fell. Not waiting for Lu Qing 2 people to open their mouths either, he berated, "Didn't I ask you guys to ensure his safety? What's going on? Can't even handle this little thing well? What are you doing?" Yang Shuezhen's gaze swept towards the distance, but did not see Yi Yuan's figure. How could she not know what happened? She let out a slight sigh. and was silent. Gui Cheng was just about to open his mouth, but then he heard Gui Tianyu yelling, "Gui Cheng, you good for nothing. Can't even handle this small matter. How do you want me to give an account to junior apprentice sister?" Lu Yuanjie continued and said, "The two of you fools can't even look after a person properly. Just a double-winged heaven-shaking tiger. You guys actually let him get eaten?" Gui Tianyu got more into it, the more he scolded and said angrily, "What are the two of you still in a daze for? Why haven't you gone to apologize to junior apprentice sister?" Lu Qing and Gui Cheng sweated profusely from anxiety, but could not get a word in at all. Lu Yuanjie and Gui Tianyu chimed in one after another, getting more enthusiastic the more they scolded, not giving them the chance to speak at all. In their hearts, they already determined Yi Yuan to be dead. There's no need to apologize. It was also pretty tiring for these two brothers to run back. You guys should reward them. Right at this time, a voice suddenly sounded out, interrupting the two people's performance. The expression on the two people's faces immediately became incomparably fascinating, only to see Yi Yuan carrying a double-winged tiger currently walking towards the camp. Pa! Pa! At virtually the same time, Lu Qing and Gui Cheng were given a slap. The two people said in unison, "Idiots, why didn't you say that earlier?" Lu Qing and Gui Cheng felt aggrieved. It was only to hear Gui Cheng cover his face and said, "Young master, I wanted to say, but I couldn't speak up at all. This boy killed the double-winged heaven-shaking tiger with one punch." Lu Yuanjie and Gui Tianyu's bodies quivered, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. An ant who did not even reach lower, lesser sublime heaven. How could he possibly kill a double-winged, heaven-shaking tiger with one punch? Chapter 25-24. Same lineage. Chapter 25-24. Same lineage. Heavenly stratum powerhouses who just ascended were not considered heavenly stratum powerhouses in grand bright jade, complete heaven at all. Even the most ordinary, lower, lesser sublime heavens could devastate them at will. Although the double-winged heaven-shaking tiger was not considered very formidable, tearing an ascender like Yi Yuan to shreds was easy to accomplish. It was just that the result was just the opposite. Yi Yuan killed it with one punch. How could they know that Yi Yuan was not some ordinary ascender? Ordinary ascenders tend to shatter the firmament with one power of rule. But Yi Yuan had four apart from alchemy Tao. Furthermore, it was a four-way fusion. His strength was naturally much worse when compared to a grand completion lesser sublime heaven like Jun Tian. But compared to ordinary lower lesser sublime heavens, he was a great deal stronger. During the few months in this Inklite forest, Yi Yuan already gradually adapted to the rule pressure here. Apart from time law, Yi Yuan could already mobilize the other three types of power of rule. What did killing a double-winged heaven-shaking tiger count as? Lu Yuanjie and Gui Tianyu looked at each other, both feeling unbelievably ashamed and resentful. Pa! Pa! The two each gave their subordinate a slap and said in unison, "Useless thing!" Gui Tianyu arrived in front of Yi Yuan and said fiercely, "Brat, don't think that by killing a double-winged heaven-shaking tiger, it's impressive. This thing, I can kill it by huffing a puff. Ants will always be ants." Yi Yuan raised the double-winged heaven-shaking tiger up and said with a smile, "Come, huff a puff." Gui Tianyu's face turned black and almost smacked Yi Yuan to death with a slap. Even the young Shuezhen, who was clouded with worry, was also amused. Huffing a puff, it was naturally boasting. Gui Tianyu huffing a puff was sufficient to kill those martial artists in the heaven-span world. But no matter how weak this double-winged heaven-shaking tiger was, it was still a true spirit. True spirits were existences equivalent to heavenly stratum. It was not hard for Gui Tianyu to kill, but being able to kill by huffing a puff was purely talking nonsense. After the farce, Yang Xuezhen pulled Yi Yuan to one side. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuanjie and Gue Tianyu became even more jealous. Yang Xuezhen's looks were exquisite. She was an extremely beautiful woman. It was just that her face had an anxious look from start to end, giving people a feeling of keeping strangers at bay. We'll be able to get out of Inklight Forest tomorrow. Let's go our separate ways here. Grand Bright Jade, Complete Heaven's native powerhouses discriminate against ascenders greatly. If not for me, my 2 senior apprentice brothers would likely have already killed you. If you want to live, go to 5 Light Heavenly Region. That place is the territory of ascenders. You don't have a way out in true Yang Heavenly Domain. Yang Xuezhen said in earnest. Yi Yuan had long discovered it. The ascender aura on his body was completely different from Yang Xuezhen and the rest. It could be identified easily. It seemed like in Grand Bright Jade, Complete Heaven, ascenders and native heavenly stratum powerhouses were 2 camps that were distinct from each other. This kind of situation was like locals looking down on outsiders. This sense of superiority was innate, although he did not know just where this sense of superiority lay. Yi Yuan said, I just arrived and know absolutely nothing about Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. Wonder if Miss can allow for this convenience and let this Yi tag along to learn for some time. Otherwise, if I were to go out rashly, I'd probably die without even knowing how. This Yang Xuezhen could not help hesitating. What Yi Yuan said made sense too. It was just that she was currently unable to even fend for herself. So, how could she bring Yi Yuan along? Yi Yuan was naturally not really afraid of going out himself. He was just following Yang Xuezhen to return a favor. He could tell that Yang Xuezhen was kind-hearted. It was just that her family suffered a catastrophe. That was why she would become melancholic and moody. Those 2 senior apprentice brothers did not harbor good intentions at all. If Yi Yuan let Yang Xuezhen leave freely, it would be equivalent to watching her enter the tiger's maws like a sheep. Yi Yuan, could not do this kind of thing. Honestly speaking, returning to Eastward Country this time, I'm actually surrounded by enemies on all sides. It's very dangerous for you to follow me. Yang Xuezhen said seriously, but Yi Yuan smiled and said, the way I am, isn't it dangerous wherever I go? To me, an unknown world is more dangerous. Mrs. Kindhearted, I'd rather believe in Mississippi. Yang Xuezhen thought about it and said, then, all right. In the dead of night, Yi Yuan's consciousness sank into the chaos world, viewing the Heavenspan Mountain. However, he was at a loss on what to do. These few months, I've already observed it no less than 10,000 times. But I don't have any leads about this wordless heavenly skill. Could it be that I'm really not fated with this skill? Yi Yuan did not lack patience, but after several months of hard work and not finding a way out, he could not help giving birth to doubt. He shook his head and put aside the distractions and continued observing. Gradually, Yi Yuan only felt his eyelids get heavier and heavier, and he actually fell asleep. In his dream, Yi Yuan arrived in an isolated SPAC. An enormous book was suspended above the void. That book had an archaic aura that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life, which seemingly came from ancient times, stirring the soul. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, and he cried out in surprise, "Wordless heavenly skill!" But very soon, he suddenly came to realize the truth and said with a bitter smile, "What you think about in the day, you will dream of it at night. I actually saw the wordless heavenly skill in my dreams. Looks like I'm really bewitched. However, even if I know that it's in a dream, I still couldn't extricate myself." Yi Yuan went up and flipped open the tea page of the book. Woodless. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, "Wordless heavenly skill? Ho-ho, this is the wordless heavenly skill. If it's wordless, how does one cultivate it? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's eyes blurred. The wordless heavenly book suddenly turned into a cloud of chaos. Being situated in it, Yi Yuan felt a primeval aura. It felt as if he had returned to the womb. Amidst the chaos, Yi Yuan felt delicate streams of air currents flowing. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, Could the flow of this air current be the skill's circulatory route? This cloud of chaos is actually quite similar to back then when my chaos just blossomed. It's just that my chaos seems to be just like a baby in front of it. Yi Yuan's heart was shocked to the extreme. He discovered that the chaos heavenspan canon he had comprehended was actually of the same lineage as this chaos. Looking at it like this, it was no accident that he comprehended the chaos heavenspan canon. What he comprehended was merely a drop in the ocean of the wordless heavenly skill. Yi Yuan carefully felt the flow of that air current, not daring to miss the slightest bit. But very soon, he could not bear it anymore. Too complicated. No idea how long had passed, said either. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, and he startled awake. His consciousness hurriedly sank into his small world, attempting to find clues from the heavenspan mountain. But sadly, he was disappointed. Turns out that it was just a dream. Yi Yuan's tone exuded some helplessness. But very soon, his expression changed. He discovered that he did not forget the feeling of that air current flow. Within a person's body is a small world. That air current should be the skill's circulatory route of the wordless heavenly skill. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest. He imagined his own body to be a CLUS, tur of chaos. Then he revolved his divine essence according to that feeling. With a single circulatory cycle, Yi Yuan was wildly ecstatic in his heart. Chapter 25:25, Yang Manor Storm. Chapter 25:25, Yang Manor Storm. Without the guidance of a cultivation method, Yi Yuan's realm had never consolidated all along. Therefore, he was not considered a true, heavenly stratum powerhouse right now. But with a single circulatory cycle, his cultivation realm was already completely consolidated. Now, he was already a true lower, lesser, sublime heaven. What a miraculous cultivation method. No wonder Yen Jie-tru could rely on this cultivation method to command the 5 great heavenly regions back then. Yi Yuan said in shock inwardly. Although he had never cultivated it, he had studied Jun Tian's cultivation method before. Wanting to consolidate one's cultivation realm required revolving 1,000 circulatory cycles no matter what. But Yi Yuan only revolved a single circulatory cycle, and his realm was already consolidated. This was also to say that the wordless heavenly skills cultivation method was 1,000 times better than ordinary cultivation methods. It was clear at a glance which was superior or inferior. A series of footsteps interrupted Yi Yuan's excitement. It was Gui Tianyu. He came before Yi Yuan and said with an unfriendly look, "Brat, don't think I don't know what wicked idea you're plotting. I'm warning you, stay further away from Yang Shuezhen. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly." Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and walked right past him. Ignored, Gui Tianyu was greatly enraged and was just about to fly off the handle, but he saw Yang Shuezhen suddenly appear. She said, "Senior apprentice Brother Tianyu, Yi Yuan, it's time to set off." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Coming." Looking at the two people's departing back view, Gui Tianyu's heart burned with fury. The party got out of Inklight Forest and headed straight for Eastward Country. They were travel-worn all the way. Finally, after 3 days, they rushed to Eastward Country's Imperial City. There was a mansion that occupied a rather large territory in front of them. It was precisely the Yang Manor. The Yang family was a small family clan in eastward country, but also rather prosperous. Yang Xuezhen's talent was pretty good, and was selected by Thousand Crane sect to become a disciple. Lu Yuanjie and Gui Tianyu were both from major family clans in the imperial city too, much stronger than the Yang family. The Yang family and Li family had a long history of hatred because of friction in their operations. It was just that 1 month plus ago, Yang Xuezhen received news from the Yang family that Yang Xuezhen's father was actually beaten to death by the Li family's family head, Li Batian. The Yang family immediately fell into a crisis. After Yang Xuezhen received the news, she naturally rushed back at once without stopping. Lu Yuanjie and Gui Tianyu had been courting Yang Xuezhen for some time already. Seeing this opportunity, how could they be willing to let it go? Hence, they took the initiative to follow. After all, with the statuses of the Lu family and Gui family, the Li family would not dare to go too far as well. Halt! The Yang family's family guards directly stopped everyone. Yang Xuezhen's expression changed, and she scolded angrily. Tianming, Yan Yi, what are you guys doing? Don't even recognize me anymore? Tianming said coolly, Miss, there are distinguished guests in the family, right now. You all wait outside for a moment. Yang Xuezhen had a blank look and said in shock, What distinguished guests? Even I can't go into. Are you guys rebelling? At this time, Lu Yuanjie and Gui Tianyu blocked in front of her at the same time. Lu Yuanjie said with a cold snort, Lowly lackey, get lost. Otherwise, this young master will kill you guys right now. Gui Tianyu scolded angrily, Dogs who are threatening people under the protection of your master. Take a look at who this young master is. Tianming's expression changed. Only then, recognizing the arrivals, and he hurriedly said, Turns out that it's young Master Lu. Young Master Gui, please forgive me. Get lost. Tianming, two people's faces changed, and they could only give in. Lu Yuanjie had a proud look and said to Yang Xuezhen, Junior apprentice Sister Xuezhen, rest assured. With me around, everything will be fine. Gui Tianyu smiled and said, Junior apprentice sister, you don't need to worry. I reckon that this Li family won't be able to set off any waves. Yang Xuezhen's heart was in turmoil. How could she hear these two peoples showing off? The Yang family's young miss could not enter, but the Lu family's young master could enter? What on earth happened to the Yang family? The party entered the Yang family and went straight to the meeting hall. A youth currently had a fawning look, pouring tea for another young man. The youth hunched his back and said with a flattering smile, Elder brother Chiu, please drink tea. Don't you worry. After my elder sister comes back, I'll definitely have her take the initiative to marry elder brother Chiu. The young man picked up his tea and said with a nod, Amen, you boy still knows how to appreciate kindness, not like that stubborn old guy from your family, impenetrably thick-headed. The youth nodded his head repeatedly and said, Yes, yes, yes. Yang Yu, that old fellow, should have long handed the position of family head over. He clung conservatively to the old system. This is pus. Plussing the Yang family into the fire pit. Fortunately, he died. Now, my mother calls the shots in the Yang family. Everything can be discussed. The young man glanced at the youth and said with a loud laugh, Ha ha, well said, well said. By the side, Yang Xuezhen was long already angered until she was trembling, almost fainting away. Yang, Jean, why you unfilial son? To actually suck up to your father's killer. Aren't you scared of being struck by lightning? Yang Xuezhen practically roared it out. That youth was precisely her younger brother born from the same father, but a different mother, Yang Jin. And the young man sitting in the hall was the Li family, Li Baishan's only son, Li Zhenqiu. How great the impact of this scene was to Yang Shuezhen could only be imagined. Her father died. Not only did her younger brother not want to take revenge, he actually even showed great courtesy to his father's killer, and even cursed his own father for clinging conservatively to the old system. And he even wanted to deliver her to the Li family to be married off. This was simply too unscrupulous. Hearing this roar, Yang Jin was clearly stunned too. After seeing Yang Shuezhen, he smiled and said, "Sis, you're finally back. Just nice. Big Brother Cho is here. You guys catch up. After all, you guys are good friends that grew up together. Later, pick a date, and you'll marry over to the Li family. You don't need to return to the Thousand Crane sect anymore too." Yang Shuezhen did not do anything, but Lu Yuanjia and Gue Tianyu flew into a great rage. Lu Yuanjia arrived in front of Li Zhengqiu with a lunge and said angrily, "Li Zhengqiu, who the hell do you think you are, to also dare covet junior apprentice Sister Shuezhen? Scram for your father right now. Otherwise, you'll crawl out." Gue Tianyu arrived right after, pointed at Li Zhengqiu's nose, and said, "Li Zhengqiu, you also don't take AP. And look at your own reflection. A toad L, ting after swan meat? Ha! Go over and apologize to junior apprentice Sister Shuezhen, and this matter will be considered over. Otherwise, not just you, your Li family, just wait and see." The two originally thought that Li Zhengqiu would be quivering with fright, then apologize and beg them for forgiveness subserviently. But sadly, Li Zhengqiu did not. He drank a mouthful of tea lightly and said coolly, "Gentlemen, I'm afraid this can't be done. I came today to the Yang family to give the betrothal gift. The Yang family has already accepted the betrothal gift. A match is made on the parents' order and the word of the matchmaker. Yang Shuezhen will be my woman in the future. As for the two of you, better don't be unreasonable and make a scene here. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourselves." Lu Yuanjia and Gue Tianyu were not fools either. They did not get angry for no reason. This opportunity was hard to come by. Whoever could handle this matter, Yang Shuezhen would definitely look at him in a different light. Things would be easier to handle in the future. It was just that now Li Zhengqiu's attitude made them unable to save their faces. They were genuinely enraged. "Wow, gotten see. Oh, see, KY, huh? Li Zhengqiu, just the likes of a random body like you also dares to posture in front of this young master. Is that it?" Gue Tianyu laughed coldly, the imposing aura on his body erupting. Middle, lesser, sublime, heaven. Lu Yuanjia was the same, saying with a sneer, "Li Zhengqiu, who gave you the courage to dare to posture in front of this young master?" "It's me. Do you guys have any objections?" Chapter 25-26. Everyone, get lost for me. Chapter 25-26. Everyone, get lost for me. A youth in brocade slowly walked out of the back hall. Beside him followed a rather attractive middle-aged lady who had partly lost her good looks, looking respectful and submissive. The moment the youth appeared, Lu Yuanjia and Gue Tianyu's faces changed at the same time. "Why, young master, you?" Li Zhengqiu had a smug look as he said, "This marriage affair was single-handedly arranged by young master you." Young master you stopped in front of the two, looking at them with a condescending gaze, as he said coolly, "The Yang and Li families have fought for many times. This young master will be a mediator and tie a nuptial knot, burying the hatchet. Do the two of you have any objections?" And no objections. Being cowed by young Master Yu's imposing momentum, Lu Yuanjia and Gue Tianyu could not help taking 2 steps back. Young Master Yu nodded his head and said, "It's been hard on the two of you, sending younger Sister Shuezhen back from far away. If you're free, go to the Tang family for a drink." The moment the two people heard, they could not help being overjoyed. This Tang Yu was the Tang family's eldest young master. his status revered. The Tang family's status in the imperial city was completely not what these few families could compare to. The Tang family was one of Eastward Country's 3 great family clans, their power and influence spreading across the entire Eastward Country. Behind them was the royal family's second prince, His Highness, with this layer of connection, who dared to not give the Tang family face. Lu Yuanjie and Gui Tianyu dared to posture in front of Li Zhengqiu, but did not dare to act wildly in front of Tang Yu. And Tang Yu's sentence that had the intention of solicitation made the two of them ecstatic. The Tang family's tall branch was not what any family clan could cling on to. Thanks, young master Yu, the two said with joy. Not far away, Yang Shuezhen's eyes were filled with despair. She did not think that she actually had to face such a situation when she came back. 2 senior apprentice brothers, you guys, Yang Shuezhen was almost weeping. At the time of despair, these 2 were her final straw to clutch at. But now, even these 2 people also, Lu Yuanjie, let out a sigh and said, "Junior apprentice sister, actually, younger brother Jingqiu is a man of striking appearance. He is also a pretty good choice. The 2 of you are even well-matched in social status." Yang Shuezhen's gaze was cold as she said, angrily, "Senior apprentice brother Lu didn't expect that you're actually this kind of person who acts in bad faith. Consider it that I, Yang Shuezhen, misjudged you." Lu Yuanjie gave a cold snort when he heard that, suddenly turning hostile as he said, "Yang Shuezhen, don't pretend to be pure in front of this young master. Don't think that this young master doesn't know. Aren't you just making use of this young master to deal with Li Zhengqiu?" Yang Shuezhen's complexion turned deathly pale, and she said stiffly, Actually, it was not Yang Shuezhen who begged them to come at all, but that these 2 people pestered incessantly to follow. Yang Shuezhen refused at first, but at her time of despair, she could only borrow these 2 people's power. She did not expect that now Lu Yuanjie was actually playing the blame game. Normally, Lu Yuanjie ingratiated himself with her in all manners, but his face changed like flipping a book. "All right, young sister Shuezhen, your mother and Madame Xiao have both already agreed to this marriage. Furthermore, this young master feels like Zhengqiu is pretty good. His background also matches yours. You won't suffer from injustice either. If enmity isn't settled amicably, there is no end to it. Why not give me face and agree to this marriage? How about it?" Tang Yu looked at Yang Shuezhen and said gently, she gritted her teeth, and said, "Young master Yu, even if I, Yang Shuezhen, were to die, I also won't marry the son of the enemy who killed my father." Tang Yu did not seem to care, saying with a smile, "Is that so? If that's the case, this young master can't guarantee the safety of your mother's life anymore." Yang Shuezhen's expression changed, her beautiful body trembling, almost falling to the ground. Despair. The current Yang Shuezhen was only left with this kind of emotion. Wanted to die, but she could not die, even had to be coerced into marrying the enemy who killed her father. This kind of despair, who could understand it? Tang Yu covered the sky with one hand. A woman like her did not have any leeway to resist at all. "Junior apprentice sister, what's wrong with being the Li family's daughter-in-law? Why go so far? Could it be that you can't bear to part with this boy who ascended from the lower realms?" Gui Tianyu suddenly said. The moment he spoke, everyone turned their eyes to Yi Yuan. The ascender aura on his body was too distinct. Previously, everyone's focus was all on Yang Shuezhen, and none of them noticed this ascender. But now, after Gui Tianyu's reminder, Yi Yuan became the focus of everyone's attention all at once. Furthermore, Gui Tianyu had an implied meaning in his words. He was clearly dooming Yi Yuan. Yang Shuezhen's beautiful body trembled, and she hurriedly said to Yi Yuan, "Why you quickly leave? Young master Yu, I don't know him. I just brought him out of Inklight Forest. That's all. But young Master Yu said coolly, since that's the case, an ant who just ascended, kill him and be done with it. It's no big deal, right? Zhengqiu, Xuezhen is your woman. You take care of this matter yourself. Sure enough, Li Zhengqiu's gaze turned cold, and he said with a cold smile, a toad also wants to L.S.T. after swan meat? An ant-like thing actually dares to compete with this young master for a woman? Yang Xuezhen did not have much feelings for Yi Yuan, but she did not expect that she actually dragged Yi Yuan in. Her heart was burning with anxiety, but she also felt powerless. In the imperial city, people that young Master Yu wanted to kill, there were really none who could escape before. She isn't my woman. The Yi Yuan who had been silent all along suddenly said. The moment these words came out, everyone laughed. This kid was scared. Ha ha ha, you coward! Weren't you very arrogant? Now, scared? Can't wait to draw the line. Any more? Gui Tianyu said with a loud laugh. A kind of ridicule came over from Lu Yuanjia and the group of family guards. Young master, you just smiled slightly, clearly feeling that Yi Yuan was very laughable too. Yang Xuezhen bit her lips gently. She understood Yi Yuan, but in this kind of situation, how she wished that someone could stand by her side. She was Yi Yuan's life-savior after all, but Yi Yuan actually turned his back on her at this time. Sad. Despair. Amidst everyone's loud laugh, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, but she won't be your woman either. Now, I'll get lost for me. The moment these words came out, everyone's laughter did not stop, but became even louder instead. Hoo-hoo, you're making me get lost? Did your brain get squeezed by the plain pas sageway when you were ascending until it spoiled? Brat, kneel down now and apologize. Maybe if this young master is in a good mood, I can still spare your life. Li Zhengqiu said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan looked at Li Zhengqiu quietly and said lightly, Oh, is that so? Swaz. H. Plus right at this time, Yi Yuan moved, only to see an afterimage flashed past. Yi Yuan's speed was swift to the extreme. Bang! Bang! It was only to hear two crisp sounds. Li Zhengqiu knelt down. His kneecaps were already kicked to pieces by Yi Yuan. The laughter stopped abruptly. Everyone looked towards Yi Yuan, eyes filled with shock. This ant-like ascender crippled the middle lesser sublime heaven Li Zhengqiu in one move. How is this possible? He's clearly an ant who just ascended. Gui Tianyu said in shock. As spatial rule. Just now, that was spatial rule? Lu Yuanjia's pupils constricted as he exclaimed. In grand bright jade complete heaven, spatial rule was similarly an extremely hard to comprehend power of rule. Arriving here, Yi Yuan's spatial rule was greatly suppressed. It was just that. It was enough to deal with Li Zhengqiu. Yi Yuan was still expressionless and said indifferently, Since you knelt down, I'll spare your life then. Now, everyone get lost for me. Chapter 25-27, Reasoning Things Out. Chapter 25-27, Reasoning Things Out. In everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan was just a little lamb who could be kneaded at will. But who could have thought that he was actually a fierce tiger that broke the gates? An ascender actually crippled a middle lesser sublime heaven in one move. How could this not shock people? Tang Yu's two eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of surprise flash. Plussing across in his eyes. Of course, it was also merely just a surprise. That was all. That move earlier relied mostly on a movement technique to sneak attack. Furthermore, Tang Yu was not Li Zhengqiu. Similarly middle, lesser sublime heaven. His strength was much stronger than Li Zhengqiu. When you said get lost, does it include this young master? Tang Yu's gaze turned cold as he said. Yi Yuan looked him in the eye and said coolly, doesn't include you. The corners of Tang Yu's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a smile, "At least you know what's good for you." Everyone nodded slightly, thinking to themselves that this brat at least had some self-awareness, knowing that young Master Yu was not to be pushed around. But Yi Yuan continued, "You stay behind. I want to reason things out with you." The moment these words came out, everyone burst into laughter. Reason things out. Ha ha ha. This ascender is so funny. He actually wants to reason things out. TSK. This method is good. Still don't need to take anything. Just directly reason things out. Keeping up appearances to cover up his predicament. Want a posture, but also don't want to offend young Master Yu. How can there be such a good thing? Everyone ridiculed for a while, greatly despising Yi Yuan's behavior of bullying the weak but fearing the wicked. Tang Yu also laughed in spite of himself and said, "Reason things out? Ho, this method is very freeze. Plus tell me, how do you want to reason things out with this young master?" A hint of a faint smile hung at the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he said, "You're sure that you want me to speak in front of so many people?" Tang Yu also smiled and said, "To reason things out, one naturally has to speak in front of everyone." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Since you demand it strongly, okay." At the next moment, Yi Yuan moved. Yi Yuan's movement technique was erratic. Plussing in front of Tang Yu. Tang Yu seemed to have been long prepared, saying with a cold smile, "Reckless and blind thing. Bright moon emperor hand." The moment Tang Yu made his move, it was akin to a luminous moon high above, illuminating the earth, the commotion incomparably shocking. At this moment, no matter which angle Yi Yuan came from, he would be completely locked down by Tang Yu. A hint of a mocking smile appeared on everyone's faces. Overestimating one's own ability was talking about this, right? Fast movement technique had advantages, but what was more important was strength. This fool is really ignorant. He probably doesn't know that young Master Yu has already obtained the qualification for Jade True Heavenly Sex Trial. Very soon, he'll become Jade True Heavenly Sex Outer Sect Disciple. This guy is simply using an egg to hit a rock. Gui Tianyu said with a sneer. Dual polarity. Yi Yuan's dual polarity sword art suddenly erupted. The swift and fierce sword energy forced everyone to glance sideways. Boom. A clash without the least bit of flash. Ness, only to see Tang Yu's body smash into the hall like a cannonball. Everyone was transfixed like wooden chickens. How could he be so strong? This ascender was clearly just lower lesser sublime heaven. He actually clashed head-on with young Master Yu, and even had a complete victory. Brat, you're dead for sure. Today, even immortals can't save you too. When Gui Tianyu saw this scene, he was overjoyed in his heart. Boom. Amidst the rubble, Tang Yu suddenly stood up. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with balefulness. Brat, you're very good. You're still the first one who dared to attack this young master in this imperial city. If I don't grind your bones to dust today, this young master will write my Tang word upside down. Attack together, for me. Tang Yu said with an angry roar. The few subordinates that Tang Yu brought were not weak. They were all middle, lesser, sublime, heaven. Gui Tianyu and Lu Yuanjie knew that this was a chance to curry favor with Tang Yu, and also ordered their subordinates to join the battlefield together. Yi Yuan just gave a cold laugh, universe sword formation suddenly blooming. In grand bright jade, complete heaven, Yi Yuan's sword formation was extremely suppressed. It could only open up to a radius of 100 plus feet. But it was enough. The moment the sword formation opened, no matter how many people they sent, Yi Yuan would make none of them return. Inside the sword energy, the streaks of sword energies were incomparably sharp, wailing sounds echoing out. especially Gui Tianyu and Lu Yuanjie, two people. They received Yi Yuan's care. Tang Yu was not in the sword formation, his eyes becoming wide saucers. He never dreamed that this Una's summing ant by Yang Shuezhen's side was actually so strong, sweeping away middle lesser sublime heavens with the cultivation realm of lower lesser sublime heaven. After several dozen breaths, those family guards fell to the ground, wailing bitterly. Yi Yuan's gaze turned to Tang Yu. The latter trembled all over, his eyes revealing a look of fear. The demeanor of a young master previously was long gone already. What do you want to do? This young master warns you. I'm a member of the Tang family. If you dare touch me, you'll die very horrible. Tang Yu brought out the Tang family and was immediately much pluckier. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I don't want to do anything. I just want to reason things out with you. Tang Yu heaved a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that this guy was still apprehensive of the Tang family in the end. Oh, okay, what's there to reason with, you say? Tang Yu hurriedly said. Yi Yuan grinned. His figure erupted once more. Dual polarity sword formation. A streak of cold light flashed, and Tang Yu's right arm flew up high. He actually had an arm severed. Arg! Tang Yu screamed, miserably, soybean-sized sweat beads seeping out on his forehead. Why you dare? Tang Yu cried out painfully. Yi Yuan came before him, patted his shoulder, and said smilingly, if enmity isn't settled amicably, there is no end to it. Just an arm only. So let's let this matter slide. Young master Yu, look, how about we become brothers? A guileless smile was hanging on Yi Yuan's face. Tang Yu was taken aback. Only then, knowing what things Yi Yuan wanted to reason it out with him with. Yang Shuezhen's father was killed by the Li family, but he was being the mediator, saying what if enmity was not settled amicably, there was no end to it, and even wanted Yang Shuezhen to marry over. This kind of shameless action made Yi Yuan very upset. Hence, he severed one of Tang Yu's arms, but then he wanted to be brothers with him. Yang Shuezhen, who was by the side, was long already struck silly with amazement. She had always thought that she saved Yi Yuan's life by bringing him out of Inklight Forest. With Yi Yuan's strength, he would have long been killed by those true spirits in Inklight Forest. How could she have known that he did not need her to save at all? Just based on Yi Yuan's strength, how could Inklight Forest's ordinary true spirits hurt him? Yi Yuan could originally not have gotten involved in this messy situation, but he followed her to Eastward Imperial City for all sorts of reasons. The goal was too obvious. He came to help her. Yang Shuezhen was very smart. How could she still not know what Yi Yuan had in mind? At this moment, she felt extremely touched. When she was in a state of despair, this man gave her reliance. Of course, this was actually her misunderstanding. Even without her, Yi Yuan would also come to Eastward Country. Eastward Country was the closest to Inklight Forest. If Jade True Heavenly Sect sent people, they might very likely come to Eastward Country. Yi Yuan was too far away from Inklight Forest currently. He did not feel at ease. If Jade True Heavenly Sect discovered the Heavenspan world, it would all be over. Looking at your appearance, it seems like you don't want to be brothers with me? Fine, not a brother, it's enemies then. I'll send you on your way then. Yi Yuan looked at Tang Yu's hateful gaze and said with a slight smile, Chapter 25-28, Good brother. Chapter 25-28, Good brother. Don't. I'll be brothers with you. I'll be brothers with you. How could Tang Yu care about the pain? He hurriedly agreed to it. If enmity was not settled amicably, there was no end to it. How big a deal was having an arm severed? It was still his little life that was important. Yi Yuan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile and said, Being brothers, that has to see fate. You can't be brothers just because you wanna. Tang Yu had a myriad of profanities running across in his head. Just now, wasn't it you who wanted to be brothers? How come it was up to fate in a blink of an eye? Don't look at how these silk pants were normally aloof from the SES, an appearance of being far removed from the SES, and reality. Actually, they had not experienced much bloodiness at all and feared to risk their necks the most. Lower realms ascenders, which one did not kill their way over from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. In terms of brutality, 10,000 Tang, you could not be compared to Yi Yuan. At this time, he was long already frightened by Yi Yuan until he set his pants. At fate, big brother, we're the most fated. From now on, you're my Tang Yu's big brother. Tang Yu hurriedly said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said smilingly, did your Tang family take part in killing Yang Shuezhen's father or not? Tang Yu's pupils constricted, his head shaking like a rattle drum as he said, no, absolutely not. This matter was single-handedly planned by Li Batian, setting Yang Yu up and killing him. Later, he found this younger brother and presented exorbitant gifts. That's why this young brother reluctantly agreed to it. Be big brother. It really has nothing to do with this younger brother. How could the current Tang Yu care about the face of a young master? He directly addressed himself as a younger brother. Yi Yuan observed his countenance and words, and he discerned that Tang Yu did not seem to be lying. Of course, even if he lied, Yi Yuan did not care either. Li Zhengqiu was greatly shocked and hurriedly said, young Master Yu, how can you say that? This matter was clearly my Li family receiving the Tang family's instructions. Otherwise, how could my father dare to take action? There were wise people among the powerhouses present who could not help secretly shaking their heads when they heard this. Li Zhengqiu's words seemed to be intelligent in small ways, but in reality, it was unbelievably stupid. Even if he can survive today's hurdle, the wrath of the Tang family was more terrifying. Li Zhengqiu was dragging the entire Li family down the water. Sure enough, the moment Tang Yu heard, he immediately bristled in anger. He did not care about the injuries on his body too, getting to his feet with a grunt and kicking a foot on Li Zhengqiu's chest. You lackey, to actually dare frame a charge and put blame on me. Today, this young master will definitely exterminate you. No, not just you. Your Li family will have its name removed in the imperial city in the future. Tang Yu roared. Under Tang Yu's sullen anger, this foot was not light at all. He practically used his full strength. Li Zhengqiu taking a solid hit. His two eyes immediately rolled backward, breathing in without breathing out anymore. Yi Yuan did not stop this scene. When doing a favor, go all the way. Li Zhengqiu and the Li family must die. Finish dealing with this matter. Yi Yuan would be considered to have repaid Yang Shuezhen's favor. Be big brother. You don't listen to him make slanderous charges. This matter really has nothing to do with me at all. Tang Yu was practically complaining through tears. Yi Yuan switched to a smiley face and said, we're brothers, I believe you, but my friend got a fright this time. You know what to do, right? The friend that Yi Yuan was talking about was naturally Yang Shuezhen. Tang Yu's head nodded like a chicken pecking for rice, hurriedly saying, big brother, rest assured. This younger brother understands. Younger brother understands. From tomorrow, no, after today, Eastward Country will no longer have the Li family. Yi Yuan smiled without saying a word. Tang Yu's heart quivered. His gaze landed on Lu Yuanjie and Gue Tianyu. Big brother rest assured. The Lu family and Gue family will also disappear. Tang Yu said with a fierce look. Lu Yuanjie and Gue Tianyu's entire bodies trembled, greatly shocked in their hearts. This matter was serious. Their momentary impulse actually brought about the demise of their family clans. This price was too heavy. Lord Yi, this little brother had eyes but couldn't see, and offended your excellency. I beg your excellency to let me off. Lu Yuanjia regretted it. He did not expect that his family clan would actually directly disappear because of an ascender. Lord Yi, I'm sorry. Please spare me. Gui Tianyu said in fear. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Ha, your backgrounds are pretty good. Posturing a little is excusable. But Gui Tianyu has already had killing intent aroused toward me, and he wanted to kill me several times. Just now, he even wanted to borrow Tang Yu's hand to kill me. Oh, do you think that I'd be so magnanimous?" Swuz. H. Plus a figure flashed past. Tang Yu's foot was extremely vicious. Gui Tianyu looked like he was a goner. Following that, his gaze landed on Lu Yuanjia, scaring the P.I.S. out of him. Tang Yu moved, about to act, but then he heard Yi Yuan say coolly, "Enough. Before tomorrow, the two of your great families disappear from the imperial city, and this matter will be left at this. If at this time tomorrow you all still haven't left, then I'll pay a visit in person." When Lu Yuanjia heard this, it was akin to hearing a heavenly melody, hurriedly nodding his head like a chicken pecking for rice, as he said, "Your Excellency, rest assured. This lowly one will immediately pull out of the capital." Finished talking, he fled in helter-skelter. When the dust all settled, Tang Yu said cautiously, "Is Big Brother still satisfied?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not bad. Since that's the case, you go back first then. Of course, you can also bring the Tang family's people to come and take revenge on me. However, I won't show mercy the next time. Go." Tang Yu was akin to being granted amnesty, hurriedly bringing his family guards and scrambling away. Very soon, the noisy Yang family was already empty. In the meeting hall, there was only Yang Shuezhen, Yang Jin, as well as the attractive mature lady. They were left dumbstruck with amazement. No one could have thought that something that was originally a sure bet was actually completely overturned at the last moment. Yang Shuezhen, this isolated orphan, actually relied on an ascender and completed an Astonis. H.I. plus in counterattack. This change was seriously too fast until it was already over before they reacted to it. The attractive mature woman knelt down in front of Yi Yuan and wept, "Why, Your Excellency, spare my life." All of this was compelled against this lowly one's will. But Yi Yuan did not answer, and said smilingly, "This is your family affair. I won't intervene. But I think that with Yang Shuezhen succeeding the position of the family head now, there shouldn't be anyone who has objections, right? Only a fool would object." No one in the Yang family dared to speak. It was equivalent to acquiescing to Yang Shuezhen's ident. Yang Shuezhen was still in a daze until now. She also did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually strong to such an extent. But this scene at present, she was caught off guard. The mature woman instinctively wanted to object, but Yi Yuan gave her a look, and she immediately followed up at the behest of supernatural powers, saying, "Yes, whoever has objections can very well come up and challenge me." No one dared to speak. It was equivalent to tacitly acknowledging it. But Yang Shuezhen immediately said, "Yi Yuan, you should haven't let Tang Yu leave. You don't know the Tang family's power and influence. Once he leaves, the Yang family will probably suffer a catastrophic calamity." But Yi Yuan was indifferent, saying with a smile, "Relax, Tang Yu is much smarter than those two fools. Of course, if he insists on seeking death, then I don't mind sending him off too." Chapter 25-29, Reshuffle. Chapter 25-29, Reshuffle, Who hurt you until like this? Father will tear his body to shreds." When Tang Yu returned to the Tang family, and Tang Jinhua saw that his son actually had an arm severed, he could not help flying into a great rage. He valued this son very highly, disregarding his high cultivation talent. His wisdom was also very outstanding. Many of the Tang family's major things were all plotted by Tang Yu behind the scenes. The Tang family prospering with each pa-s, Sing Day, these few years had Tang Yu's contributions in it. Tang Yu's complexion appeared rather pale because of excessive blood loss. Seeing Tang Jinhua get angry, he shook his head and said, "Father, don't. I can't fathom this person. We'd best not provoke him. At least, before tomorrow, we can't make a move without careful consideration." Tang Yu's words were like a bucket of cold water, splas. Plussing Tang Jinhua from head to toe. These few years, how fired up with boundless enthusiasm was Tang Yu. Apart from the royal family, no one could enter his sights anymore. Whoever provoked him, it was virtually equivalent to being sentenced to death. But now he actually did not dare to go and retaliate against the other party. How could this not shock him? What on earth is going on? Didn't you go to help the Li family annex the Yang family? How did it end up like this? Tang Jinhua curbed his anger and said in surprise. Tang Yu shook his head and said, "This matter can't be explained in a few words. Allow me to slowly explain to Father later. Your urgent matter on hand right now is to bring people to go and exterminate the Li family and capture Li Batian. The faster the better. I keep having a feeling that something is going to happen." The astonishment in Tang Jinhua's eyes grew even thicker. Didn't his son go to help the Li family? How come after he came back, putting aside that he had an arm severed, he even wanted to exterminate the Li family? What the I was this. But Tang Jinhua understood this son. He absolutely would not do things at random. He definitely had his reasons for making him go and exterminate the Li family. He nodded his head and said, "Okay, you recuperate your wounds at home. Father will bring people to go and exterminate the Li family right now." Tang Yu nodded his head with weak breathing and said, "Father, remember to leave Li Batian with his life. I have use for it." Tang Jinhua's pupils constricted slightly, nodded his head, and turned around and left. Looking at Tang Jinhua's departing back view, Tang Yu's gaze flickered slightly, and he said, "His eyes were too sharp. It's like I'm a transparent person in front of him. All would lie bare naked." He dared to offend so many Imperial City major clans at the same time. He must have reliance. The next day, news flew over like snowflakes. The various major families of the Imperial City were incredibly shocked. The Gui family's family head, Gui Haisheng, brought more than a dozen middle-lesser sublime heaven powerhouses of the Gui family and sneak-attacked Yi Yuan in Purple Cloud Alley and was completely eradicated. Gui family's family head, Gui Haisheng, died. For some time, the various major families in the city were extremely terrified. Yi Yuan, a mere lower-lesser sublime heaven, actually slaughtered more than 10 people by himself. Among them, there was even a powerful upper-lesser sublime heaven. Someone witnessed Yi Yuan enter Purple Cloud Alley alone. There was absolutely no second person. Purple Cloud Alley was located in a remote area where few people tread. Thinking about it now, he was simply using himself as a lure to bait the Gui family out. When the Lu family got this news, they were extremely terrified and moved out of the Imperial City overnight. Actually, the Lu family planned on ambush. Plussing Yi Yuan too. It was just that they did not have time to do it yet. On that night, they also received news that the Li family was pulled up by the roots and Li Batian was directly captured away by Tang Jinhua. The Lu family thought that with Yi Yuan severely wounding Tang Yu, The Tang family would definitely destroy the Yang family with ruthless means. But who knew that the Yang family was not destroyed, but their rivalry family was completely destroyed? What did this show? This showed that the Tang family lowered their head to Yi Yuan. A Leviathan, like the Tang family, actually lowered their head to an ascender. How could the Liu family not be surprised? They knew that this imperial city no longer had a foothold for him. But compared to the Gui family and Li family, they were far too lucky. This time was destined to be a fretful night. Yang Xuezhen looked at this slightly thin man in front of her, a strange feeling rising in her heart. She also never dreamed that the guy she casually picked up actually became her savior. When she was in despair, Yi Yuan swept across the imperial city with wrathful means, reshuffling the imperial city's family clans overnight. Yang Xuezhen felt that this man before her eyes was a little unreal. He was clearly just an ascender who just entered lower lesser sublime heaven, a rookie to the max rookie. Yet he had the strength that shocked the entire imperial city. When Yi Yuan wanted to use himself as bait to go out and bait the Gui family, she had a million disagreements. She thought that Yi Yuan would not be able to come back anymore. But the news that came back shocked her until she could not close her mouth. She did not know how Yi Yuan did it, but it was sufficiently shocking. The Thousand Crane sect had many young and outstanding talents. Those who pursued Yang Xuezhen were not in the minority. But these young heroes completely paled in comparison when placed in front of Yi Yuan. Under Yi Yuan's dominance, Yang Xuezhen already completely controlled the Yang family and imprisoned Yang Jin and his mother. Those clan elders who tried to betray the Yang family were all expelled from the family by her. Yang Xuezhen had already become the Yang family's family head in reality, as well as in name. Yi Yuan, I'm sorry. Yang Xuezhen said, rather embarrassed. As Sedley, Yi Yuan smiled and said, why apologize? Yang Xuezhen said with lowered brows, I always thought that you were a useless, good-for-nothing, and even felt that I was bestowing kindness onto you. Thinking about it, it feels ridiculous. Yi Yuan smiled and said, for everything that has a cause, there must be an effect. You were in a difficult situation and still wanted to save someone. This kindness, this Yi naturally remembers firmly in my heart. Otherwise, I also wouldn't have intervened in this matter. Yang Xuezhen was stunned when she heard that and could not help feeling a sense of loss in her heart. It turned out that Yi Yuan was just doing it for this little favor, but this did not count as a favor at all. Just as Yang Xuezhen's mind was running wild, Tang Yu arrived. He personally detained Li Batian and came to apologize. After a night of medical treatment, Tang Yu's injuries were already well. It was just that severed arm appeared very off. The physiques of heavenly stratum powerhouses were special. They were the products of the power of rules to begin with. It could not be regrown by expending some divine essence. Big brother, I've already detained the person here on your behalf. Want to kill or dismember is up to you. Tang Yu arrived before Yi Yuan and said respectfully, getting the news of the Gui family being completely wiped out, Tang Yu was also shocked until he could not close his mouth for a long time. He knew that something would happen, but he did not think that the news would be so shocking. He knew that middle lesser sublime heavens were not Yi Yuan's match, but he did not expect that even Gui Haisheng died too. One had to know his father, Tang Jinhua, was also merely upper lesser sublime heaven. If they really provoked Yi Yuan, would the Tang family have also been? Thinking until here, Tang Yu's back was already drenched. Not just Tang Yu, Tang Jinhua also broke out in cold sweat after learning of the ins and outs of the matter. This ascender was too bizarre. He could not help admiring his son's wit. If they clashed with Yi Yuan, the Tang family might have already been destroyed now. It was true that the royal family was behind the Tang family, but it was also merely just behind. They were merely the royal family's tool. That was all. They would not care about the Tang family's life and death. If the Tang family collapsed, there would naturally be the Li family and Zhang family that would rise up. Chapter 25:30, Heavenly Alchemist. Chapter 25:30, Heavenly Alchemist. Miss Xuezhen, I'll hand him over to you. Yi Yuan waved his hand nonchalantly, gesturing for him to be taken away. Yang Xuezhen bit her lips lightly, looking at Li Batian full of hatred. At the same time, she was also endlessly grateful to Yi Yuan. If not for Yi Yuan, forget about taking revenge. She would probably still have to be coerced and marry into the Li family and suffer humiliation. This sort of daze, she shuddered just thinking about it. Thank you, Yi Yuan. Yang Xuezhen said emotionally. Yi Yuan looked at her and smiled as he said, You should thank yourself. Kindness begets kindness. Evil has its just deserts. Perhaps it's talking about this. Tang Yu gave Yi Yuan a deep bow and said, Big brother, yesterday's matter was all younger brother who didn't know how to act. I hope that big brother doesn't take it to heart. From now on, younger brother will definitely turn over a new leaf. The current Yang family naturally attracted attention from all parties. Outside the Yang Manor's gates, when everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. That's young Master Yu. He had an arm chopped off by someone and actually still had to apologize. This ascender is really mind-boggling. Just what is his background? I heard that he slaughtered the Gui family by himself. Really too terrifying. You believe this? Just a lower, lesser sublime heaven. How can he possibly kill Gui Haisheng? Tang Yu apologizing in front of so many people, it could almost be described as making an apology and asking for punishment. This sincerity was very sufficient. However, Yi Yuan did not answer, a faint smile hanging on his face, making Tang Yu feel fluid Yu's teared. His forehead seeped cold sweat, feeling like he was almost going to suffocate. Tang Yu also did not know why he would have such tremendous pressure facing Yi Yuan. If big brother feels like what younger brother has done can't be forgiven, please punish younger brother heavily. Tang Yu seriously could not bear it anymore and said with gritted teeth. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, I cut off an arm of yours. Don't you hate me? Tang Yu shook his head like a rattled drum, hurriedly saying, This younger brother was momentarily muddled. This was just desserts. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, Tang Yu, you're a clever man. Some things don't need me to say. You understand too, right? Tang Yu nodded his head again like a chicken pecking for rice and said, Big brother, rest assured. In the future, the Yang family and the Tang family are of the same breath and branch, bound together for good or ill. Sister-in-law's matter is my Tang Yu's matter. Even if it's climbing a mountain of blades or diving into a sea of fire, Tang Yu will complete it too. The moment the words sister-in-law came out, Yang Xuezhen's pretty face blushed red. But in her heart, there was actually a tiny hint of sweetness. Yi Yuan knew that Tang Yu misunderstood, but he did not explain anything either. Yang Xuezhen was a woman. It was still very difficult to support the Yang family in an imperial city surrounded by wolves. But with the Tang family, this ally, it would be different. There was the shadow of the royal family behind the Tang family. If other families wanted to touch the Yang family, they would have to reconsider it. Yi Yuan said coolly, Forget about what happened in the past. I hope that you remember what you said just now. Otherwise, you know what the consequences are. Tang Yu used one arm to slap his chest fiercely and pledged in all solemnity, "Big brother, rest, assured. Tang, you will keep his words." Yi Yuan's gaze landed on Tang Yu's severed arm and said coolly, "Does your Tang family have alchemists?" Tang Yu was taken aback and said, "Alchemist? Big brother is talking about heavenly alchemists, right? Of course, there are. My Tang family's main business is the management of heavenly medicine and heavenly pills. So there are naturally heavenly alchemists. Why, big brother? Are you actually also a heavenly alchemist?" Heavenly stratum and mortal stratum powerhouses were essentially two different orders of life. In the 33 heavens, alchemists were called heavenly alchemists, their status is revered. Yi Yuan had just arrived. It was still his first time hearing of heavenly alchemists. He naturally found it novel too. He was very curious just what kind of strength this grand bright jade, complete heaven's heavenly alchemists had. Him suddenly asking about this was actually planning on letting Tang Yu regrow his severed arm. However, since the Tang family had heavenly alchemists, but Tang Yu did not recover, it was likely that it was not so easy for heavenly stratum powerhouses to regrow a severed arm. After Yi Yuan broke through to heavenly stratum, he was also deeply seized with a sudden feeling. He could feel the leap in his being, the current him. Even if it was just using the power of the fleshy body, he could crush Tao ancestors to death with just one hand. Even if it was the Heavenspan World's Tao pill, it would not have any effect on heavenly stratum powerhouses too, because the Heavenspan World's spirit medicines were too weak. When alchemy Tao reached the level of rule, it actually already exceeded the limits of the Heavenspan world. Therefore, when Tao pill powerhouses refined ordinary medicinal pills, it was simply effortless. And the spirit medicines that Tao pill powerhouses should actually refine were heavenly medicines. Facing a foreign world, with Yi Yuan's personality, he naturally would not be self-conceited and make promises lightly. Since Tang Yu was sensible, it was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to not express anything at all. The arm was chopped off by him, then he would help Tang Yu grow it back. It was just that before understanding heavenly alchemists, he would not say anything, nor would he make promises to. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I'm not some heavenly alchemist, but I've dabbled a little in alchemy Tao. Since your Tang family has heavenly alchemists, can you bring me to widen my knowledge?" Tang Yu hurriedly said, "Of course. Big brother is modest. What do you mean by dabbled? Before Big brother ascended, you must have been that world's alchemy path sovereign. It's just that the refinement of heavenly pills is totally different from the lower realms' medicinal pills. The difficulty is on completely different levels. Big brother will likely have to take some time to dabble in heavenly pills." Tang Yu started flattering away with the same line of bulls. I plus T. However, he already put it very tactfully. The complexity of heavenly pills was completely not what lower realms spirit medicines could compare to. Heavenly pills were naturally also not what ordinary divine pills could compare to. The complexity was absolutely 1,000 times, 10,000 times of divine pills. Ascenders belonged to the foreigners of grand bright jade. Complete heaven, their affinity with heavenly medicines was very poor. Therefore, if ascenders wanted to become heavenly alchemists, the difficulty was 100 times, 1,000 times of native heavenly stratum powerhouses. It was also because of this reason that there were extremely few heavenly alchemists among ascenders. Among 1,000 ascender alchemy path powerhouses, there might not be one capable of becoming a heavenly alchemist. This was still just alchemy path powerhouses. If placed among all of the ascenders, this ratio would be negligibly small. Even if one was once a top alchemy path powerhouse in the lower realms, they would also fade into the crowd after entering grand bright jade, complete heaven. The vast majority of the people gave up on the alchemy path. It was not that they wanted to, but it was just that it was far too hard. And this was also one of the reasons why native powerhouses looked down on ascenders. Five Light Heavenly Region was the site where ascenders gathered. But even the supreme powerhouses there also had to be cordial and respectful when they saw heavenly alchemists. In fact, they even needed to curry favor with heavenly alchemists. If one used 100 years to refine a heavenly pill that others used 1 year to refine, how to still live if like this? When Yi Yuan saw Tang Yu's expression, how could he not know that he already put it very tactfully? But it was also precisely so that Yi Yuan was even more interested in heavenly alchemists. He said coolly, when talking to me in the future, don't give me that line of bulls. I plus T. Speak the bold truth. Tang Yu's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, yes, big brother. Tang Yu immediately talked about the difficulty of heavenly alchemists, making Yi Yuan's brows furrow slightly too. He did not expect that it would actually be so difficult. Chapter 25:31. You're crazy. Chapter 25:31. You're crazy. Whiteheart Hall. This was the residence that the Tang family specially opened up for the retainers. I plus P of one heavenly alchemist, Gu Mao. Gu Mao was a grade 1 heavenly alchemist who could be ranked even in the entire eastward country, his status being aloof. Even if he was a retainer, but actually Gu Mao and the Tang family were equals. Even Tang Jinhua also did not dare to order Gu Mao around. Since Yi Yuan wanted to widen his knowledge about heavenly alchemists, Tang Yu naturally brought him to find Gu Mao. In the Great Hall, Gu Mao was currently preaching Tao to a group of apprentices. A CLUS tur of pale blue flames was leaping about in his palm. A stalk of heavenly medicine was being tempered in the flames. Refining the Dragonbone GRAS. The Tao fire needs to be well distributed, and you have to use your affinity to retain a portion of the power of rule and get rid of the waste material. Gu Mao taught the apprentices, as he tempered it, looking very relaxed, while those apprentices had looks of admiration. To be able to temper heavenly medicines with such apparent ease, Master Gu Mao was well deserving of being Master Gu Mao. Suddenly, Gu Mao's palm shook, and the Tao fire extinguished. That Dragonbone GRAS was already refined into a paste form. His gaze looked toward Tang Yu, and he said coolly, why did young Master Tang come here? Tang Yu gave Gu Mao a bow and said respectfully, Master Gu, this friend of mine is very interested in heavenly pills, and Jay wanted to come here and learn from you. I wonder if Master Gu can accommodate a little. An ascender? Gu Mao's brows furrowed, appearing somewhat unhappy. Brother Tang, you brought an ascender to come and learn alchemy. Is this SMA's? Plussing Master's signboard? Hoo, Brother Tang, are you here to make a joke? An ascender also wants to refine pills. One look, and it's clear that this brat just ascended. Is he here to refine pills or to tend to the fire? The moment Tang Yu opened his mouth, it immediately drew mockery from the group. Ascender's refining pills was like a sow climbing up a tree, being absolutely a novelty. Many ascenders did not believe in heresy and wanted to become heavenly alchemists, but they eventually became laughing stocks. Clearly, they ran into another one who did not believe in heresy. Seeing Gu Mao's expression, Tang Yu secretly thought to himself that things were not good, and hurriedly said, Master Gu, this friend of mine just wants to broaden his knowledge. He'll just sit in and listen to you. Gu Mao snorted coldly and said, what's a good-for-nothing sitting in here to listen for? Even if he listens until sees wither and rocks decay, he can't perceive the reason why too. Young Master Tang, you're also from a learned family. Don't you even understand this bit? Tang Yu had an awkward look. He knew that it would be this result long ago, But how could he dare refuse Yi Yuan's request? He could not resist sneaking a peek at Yi Yuan, and discovered that Yi Yuan did not get angry. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. But Gu Mao did not care about Tang Yu's awkwardness, and said directly to Yi Yuan, "Brat, if you have this bit of time, why not put more of it into cultivation? This grand bright jade, complete heaven, isn't when you were in the lower realms anymore. Even if your alchemy path strength is exceedingly formidable in the lower realms, you're also a bug in this place. Furthermore, just a bug that can never roll over." Gu Mao was already very courteous on the account of Tang Yu's face. After all, the Tang family had supported him a lot over the years. One had to act out of consideration for others. He could not very well flare up too much. If somebody else came, he would have long sent them out with a slap. "You're crazy." Facing everyone's taunting, Yi Yuan had kept silent the entire time. But at this time, he suddenly said those words. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Tang Yu had his soul frightened out of his body by this sentence. He cried bitterness without ceasing in his heart, but it was already too late. D.A.M. and it knew that it was nothing good. "My good big brother, aren't you killing me here?" Tang Yu said in despair in his heart. "What did you say?" Gu Mao's face turned dark as he said in a solemn voice, "I said, you're crazy." Yi Yuan continued, "It was over. Completely over. With this, it was going to offend Master Gu Mao badly. Be big brother, Jay, just kill me. If you were to anger Master Gu Mao away, my Tang family will be ruined too." Tang Yu directly knelt down for Yi Yuan with a thud. Gu Mao held great significance to the Tang family. Once he left, it would be tantamount to the Tang family being half ruined. Like this, might as well kill him. Both sides were heavyweights, neither one could be offended. Tang Yu was like an aggrieved little wifey who was about to break down. Insolence! An ant-like ascender actually dares to make impertinent remarks to master. Looks like you're tired of living. Hurry up and apologize. Maybe we can still spare your lowly life. Gu Mao's disciples were all filled with righteous indignation. Wisconsin H. I, plussing to skin Yi Yuan alive and swallow him whole. Who was Master Gu? The Tang family's family head, Gu Jinhua, did not dare to show any disrespect to him too. This ascender who came from G. Oh, Dinos were actually dared to call him crazy. When Gu Mao heard that, he said in great fury, "Insolent thing, you're the crazy one. Tang Yu, if you don't give this old man an explanation today, my cooperation with the Tang family will end here." Tang Yu's 2 eyes went dark when he heard it, almost fainting. He clung onto Yi Yuan's thighs and complained tearfully, "Big brother, if your anger hasn't been appeased yet, just kill me as long as you let the Tang family off." How could he still not understand now that Yi Yuan was simply here to harm him? How was he interested in whatever heavenly alchemist? Yi Yuan ran over and directly attacked Master Gu without another word. Was the meaning not obvious yet? Yi Yuan could not be bothered with Tang Yu and said coolly, "Your fire control seemed like lifting something heavy as if it were light just now, but actually it palpitated many times in the process. This kind of situation should be caused by fire poison making mischief. If I didn't guess wrongly, the fire poison within your body is likely almost overwhelming you already, right?" Those apprentices could not see the reason why. Hence, earlier, each and every one of them was amazed greatly. But what kind of visual prowess did Yi Yuan have? He could tell at a glance that during the process of Gu Mao's fire control, there were many indicators of instability. Of course, it was also merely just a little bit. It had not reached the point of losing control yet. Furthermore, he could feel that although Gu Mao controlled the Tao fire very fiercely, it was extremely turbid. If one did not handle it properly when controlling fire, it was very easy to mutilate fire poison within the body. Therefore, that was why Yi Yuan said that he was crazy. He was not attacking Gu Mao, but that Gu Mao was really ill. Brat, you're really tired of living. Don't think how impressive you are in the lower realms, reaching grand bright jade complete heaven. You're not even a fart. Displaying your slight skill in front of Master Gu? Ha! He's one of Eastward Country's few grade 1 heavenly alchemists. What problem he has, wouldn't he know himself? Looks like you're courting death yourself. Brothers, exterminate him. The group of disciples was eager for a fight, already planning on finesse. Plussing Yi Yuan off. They were Gu Mao's disciples and did not need to give Tang Yu too much face. Yi Yuan was so overboard, they naturally had to give it to him. Stop. Suddenly, Gu Mao gave a cold cry. The group of disciples were stunned for a bit, turned back to look at Gu Mao, but they discovered that Gu Mao's expression became unprecedentedly solemn. And Master? All get lost for Master. Also, today's matter. Whoever dares to leak half a word, Master will clean up my household. Talking up to here, Gu Mao seethed with killing intent. Everyone had astounded expressions. Unfortunately, it's one of those Chinese word plays that can't quite be translated. The words, you're ill, can also mean you're crazy. Chapter 25:32. Affinity. Chapter 25:32. Affinity. The group of disciples exchanged glances. Each and every one of them was shocked until they were staring dumbfounded with their mouths agape. And, body was a fool, Gu Mao's ATT. Tude already explained everything. Could it be that this ascender saw through their master with one glance? How was this possible? This was to say that the current Gu Mao was already plagued with fire poison, with the ailment being deeply rooted in his vital organs. Actually, fire poison was not sufficient to cause death. The life of heavenly stratum powerhouses was not so easy to take. But when fire poison was mulat to a certain degree, it would greatly diminish Gu Mao's control of fire. A heavenly alchemist being unable to control fire, that would really be a joke. Gu Mao's ill. Trius name would be ruined overnight. Who could care about a heavenly alchemist who could not refine pills? Gu Mao's face fell, and he said with a cold cry, "Still not leaving?" The group of disciples were helpless and could only leave. Tang Yu already stopped crying, looking at Yi Yuan with a shocked face. Gu Mao was really sick. Yi Yuan saw through it with one glance, something that the entire Tang family, even the entire Eastward Country, did not notice. Yi Yuan saw through it with one glance. This was too terrifying. No one knew that Gu Mao's ailment had already attacked his vitals, and he could not refine pills anymore. He hid it extremely well. Gu Mao had a gloomy look as he looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Kid, help me purge the fire poison in my body. This old man can take you in as a disciple." Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said coolly, "You're ill." Gu Mao could not help choking when he heard that. Could this boy be a fool, only knowing how to say this one sentence back and forth? Freaking I was fooled, Gu Mao thought. Gu Mao said in a solemn voice, "Brat, you're messing with me?" Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at him and said, "This time, it's your head that's ill, just your bit of paltry skills, taking me in as a disciple. Also, why should I help you get rid of the fire poison? Who the do you think you are?" Gu Mao was accustomed to being praised by others and had always been in a prominent position. Therefore, he had a condescending attitude when he spoke to Yi Yuan. Moreover, Yi Yuan's ident. Tai as an ascender made Gu Mao look down on him greatly, but Yi Yuan's pride was even greater than his. If Gu Mao's alchemy standard was really transcendent, then forget it. But that move of his previously might have been very impressive in front of the group of disciples. But in front of Yi Yuan, it was not worth mentioning at all. Yi Yuan did not understand heavenly pills, but it did not mean that he did not understand alchemy. His basic skills were extremely solid. Apart from his lack of understanding of the heavenly pill system, his other aspects of alchemy's standard already far surpassed, said the standard of the lower realms long ago. Heavenly alchemists were also merely thus in Yi Yuan's eyes. At least, Gu Mao was not worthy of Yi Yuan's admiration. To have arrogance, one needed the capital to be arrogant. Tang Yu just saw signs of mitigation. He did not expect Yi Yuan to suddenly utter such a sentence. Right now, he even had the heart to die. Sure enough, Gu Mao flew into a great rage the moment he heard it, and said, "Insolent thing! Tang Yu, don't blame me for not giving your Tang family face today. This brat is too impudent." Tang Yu was immediately scared out of his wits and used his lone arm to hurriedly block Gu Mao, and said, "Master, you mustn't make a move. You aren't his match." "What? You're saying that this old man isn't this ascender's match?" The moment Gu Mao heard, he was even more enraged. Tang Yu said, "Yes, my big brother annihilated the Gue family by himself yesterday. Gue Haisheng died too." These words were like a basin of cold water splaws. Plussing down, directly drenching Gu Mao awake. He looked at Yi Yuan with a horrified look and said, "How is that possible? This old man doesn't believe it." Tang Yu said, "It's true. Master Gu, would little nephew still lie to you?" Gu Mao still had a look of disbelief written all over his face, but he knew that Tang Yu absolutely did not dare to lie to him about this sort of thing. After all, such a big matter, he would know as long as he went out and inquired about it. But could this guy in front of him, who was merely lower lesser sublime, heaven really kill Gue Haisheng? How was this possible? Gu Mao suddenly felt that Yi Yuan was very difficult to deal with, unable to beat him nor win him in posturing. More importantly, this guy might have the ability to purge his fire poison. Humph! You impudent boy, saying that this old man has middling skills. If you have the capability, extract the Dragonbone GRAS in front of this old man. Gu Mao was still not convinced, as he said with a sneer. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "You want to test my strength to see whether I can help you get rid of the fire poison or not?" Gu Mao's old face turned red, not expecting to be directly exposed by Yi Yuan. However, unexpectedly, Yi Yuan picked up another stalk of Dragonbone GRAS and reached his hand out and beckoned. The Tao fire in the furnace fire flew over very obediently. It was only to see the pale blue flame come to Yi Yuan's hand, dexterous to the extreme like a bouncing elf. Instantly, it gave people a feeling of gladdening the heart and pleasing the eye. Gu Mao and Tang Yu's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan with shocked faces. When experts make their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. Yi Yuan's move was truly unbelievably amazing. Gu Mao's face actually betrayed the expression of feeling ashamed of his unworthiness. He finally understood why Yi Yuan said paltry skills. Fire controlling technique. He was far too lacking when compared to Yi Yuan. What a powerful fire controlling technique. No, this isn't a fire controlling technique. This is simply an art. A grand level art. Tang Yu said sincerely, refining heavenly pills, the requirements of fire controlling technique were harsh to a hair-raising level. Therefore, the fire controlling techniques of heavenly alchemists were all very strong. At least, it was completely not what ascenders could compare to. However, Yi Yuan's fire controlling technique subverted his understanding of ascenders. Gu Mao's fire controlling technique was weak to the max in front of Yi Yuan. Gu Mao's expression was very ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Humph! No matter how good the fire controlling technique is, what's the use? The affinity of ascenders is too weak. In less than 100 breaths, the Dragonbone S will definitely be burned into charcoal." In reality, he had long already seen through it. The moment Yi Yuan got started, he felt very strained. Although his fire-controlling technique was strong, he was helpless about having no affinity and was unable to perceive the complex structure contained in the heavenly medicine. Extraction required one to perceive through the Tao fire. Therefore, affinity was extremely important. Without affinity, heavenly alchemists were simply unable to differentiate what were impurities, what was the essence, and also which were the things that had minimal content, but were indispensable in the heavenly medicine. One could say that affinity was eyes, allowing you to see everything in the heavenly medicine clearly. Without affinity, heavenly alchemists were like blind men. Therefore, among ascenders, the vast majority of the people were unable to become heavenly alchemists. The moment Yi Yuan started, he felt it. The power and complexity of heavenly medicines far exceeded his cognition. This was the most ordinary Dragonbone but it was 10,000 times more complicated than the top spirit medicine that Yi Yuan had ever seen before too. But when he attempted to differentiate the elements contained in the Dragonbone he perceived a cloud of chaos. He did not know where. He finally understood why Tang Yu said that ascenders could not become heavenly alchemists, unable to even differentiate the composition of heavenly medicines. How to become a heavenly alchemist? Extracting heavenly medicines was 10,000 times more complicated than even refining a single Tao pill. A slight slip-up, and the Tao fire would burn the heavenly medicine into black charcoal. 10 breaths, 50 breaths, 100 breaths. Yi Yuan did not give up. He relied on his almost freakish instinct and extracted the Dragonbone bit by bit. Around 15 minutes later, a paste was refined by Yi Yuan. Gu Mao's eyes went wide. How is this possible? His perception probably doesn't even reach 3 points. So how can he possibly refine the Dragonbone As Gu Mao was talking, he nearly bit his tongue off.